Hello and welcome. I hope those of you in the chat haven't been waiting too long. 12 minutes, it's longer than usual. Sorry for being so late. I was trying to push the limits. I am always pushing the limits a little bit. Namaste, Cosmic. Namaste, dear Indie Sage brother. They were here waiting for me for a while. So big love to you guys. Thank you for being so patient, everybody. Neil, big love to you, blessed be, and the other 5 people in the space. Om Shanti. Hope you guys have all had a jolly, jolly good weekend, celebrating those that have come before, those that have been before. And what a jolly season it is with the thinning of the veil being as thin as it is. It's an exciting time energetically. And we've got an exciting conversation on the cards for today. Very jollied up about this. I think, the magic of 369 hasn't been done. You only ever hear about Tesla. You only ever hear about, this quote that Tesla said, which apparently he didn't say. But anyway, he was very much a numbers guy. He was an occultist. Something they don't really talk about. So we're going to get into the deep, nitty-gritty, esoteric side of how this works. And without any further ado, I'd love to introduce the crew. We have, going around the circle clockwise, we've got Indie Sage and Ra Sentinel. That's his other handle. Namaste, the Star. How are you doing? Hope you're well. And Indie Sage is primarily a shadow worker, but he's not just a shadow worker. He's a light worker too. And he has his fingers in all the different pots: anthropology, Taoism, Western esoterics, and occult, and very much down to earth and flowing through life. So looking forward to some lovely input there. We've also got dear Cosmic here, he's out there, but he's out there in a good way. He's a John D type of dude without a crystal ball. Doesn't use one. Doesn't need one. He's got his connection with the Fae. So he's been channeling a magical system through the Fae. And Namaste, Gaz. How you doing? Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day on your end of the world. And so Cosmic's also another interesting guy who's also had his fingers wet in a lot of Western occultism and came from a traditional base, I think, of Western magic and chaos magic. So between us, we've got a lovely little collective here. I'm the Bush Whisperer. I came from a background of Western occultism and then lived in India better part of 2 decades, and obviously got embedded there within Vedic esoteric practice and found my way into the shamanic awakening, and so that has become my life. So without any more further ado, let's hear from the other two. Sounds like I am stuck, some kind of glue to the words that flow from 1 to 2. Big love, blessings to you guys. It's an honor to be here with you.
So great to be here. It's a lovely day here, and beginning of November, and it's going to be a lovely month. It was a festive Samhain and Halloween. The veil is thinned, and the ancestors were mingling with us. It was a beautiful time, and that was a wonderful aspect of this wonderful autumn we're in now. Now, as Franklin mentioned earlier, I also go by Ra Sentinel, or the Sentinel of Ra, and the Scribe of the Vibe Tribe Scribe, the Vibe Tribe Scribe, or the Scribe of the Vibe Tribe, rather. So, a lot of stories to my different names. Perhaps a story for another time. But it's going to be a great discussion today on the 369 manifestation of mystical and occult workings. Something I've always been passionate about. To me, brings to mind the 369 power of secret technology that Tesla kind of brought forth to some esoteric understanding And still more to be discovered with all that. And interestingly, Trump's family was responsible for confiscating a lot of the, I think it was his uncle, confiscating a lot of Tesla's actual technology that he had that was missing when he had died. So, it's a small world, and there's a lot to go into with this. So it's going to be a deep conversation. I'm really excited to see where it goes, and I'm grateful to be here. My name, Sentinel of Ra, does come from an experience I had in the year 2000 where I was called to the sun in an out-of-body experience. But I'll go back into that a little bit later if it comes up. Thanks. Glad to be here, guys. I'm passing the mic to Cosmic.
Hey, Andy. I actually don't really know about this 369 thing. This is a new thing for me. Just saying that, this has been a nice weather for Halloween this year. I swear to God, like every year for the past 20 years, it's been like cold and rainy and sleety on Halloween. So it's actually nice to be able to go outside and appreciate the autumn and all the decorations and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about this 369 thing that you guys are talking about. I'm assuming it's some numerology, magic square type thing. But I have my own theories upon manifestation and how it works. So hopefully I'll be able to add to the conversation in that context.
It might help if I turn my mic on. Welcome to all of you guys. I hope you are all ready for the rolling of the proverbial dice. Now, 369, like where do we even start with this? This is such a broad topic. I personally, maybe we can give a breakdown on what we would like to focus on. I personally would like to focus on the numerology at some point in this conversation. I want to look at the Kabbalistic element of 369, how that is central to Kabbalah, which is essentially, people don't realize that Kabbalah is essentially numerology. Essentially. It's the 9 numerations as they become the 10th decimal and the relationships between those numerations. And that's really the whole of the Kabbalah, essentially, if you want to break it down. So it is essentially fundamentally about the Enneagram and how all 9 spheres fit into Malkut, and how all 3 spheres of activity, Asiya, Bria, Yetzirah, how they fit into, Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah, and how they fit into Asiya, the worldly plane of manifestation. So that's something I want to focus. I want to focus also, I want to dip the beak into the Hermetics, take a look at the structure of Hermetics, how this Hermetics is essentially a reflection of 3 principles. And what these 3 principles really amount to are fundamentally 3 subsets. But these 3 subsets are essentially 2 subsets. So there's something very interesting to be sort of considered when we look at that. And I'd also like to take a look at a little bit of polymath. I'm not a polymath person or expert or anything, but some very, very basic polymath. Namaste, Systematic. Hope you're good. Looking forward to you joining. I hope you and your boys are having fun. You guys have gone out to do some serious activities. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy it. So yeah, those are the sort of topics I'd like to dip the beak into. I think it's going to be very difficult to have this conversation without looking at the triple goddess and the Trinity as being sort of fundamental, and the Vedic sciences as well, how these numerations pile into the Vedic cosmological model, and then looking into fundamental structures of consciousness and how the human mind works, to understand it as an extension of these fundamental principles. So these are the things on my mind, but probably a good place to start is where everybody else has basically dropped. Tesla, I suppose you can't start without looking at the physics. So what do you guys think, you know, to kick the ball into play? Indy, Cosmic, whoever. How do you guys like to kick the ball into play?
Well, I love the integration with the Kabbalah. And I feel like there should be some kind of interplay with Taoism, because it's got the aspect of 3 with the 3 Dantians. And so also the power of 6 is its own thing as well. So I think the integration is evident in systems of 9, but 9 is 3 squared. So the power of 3 is magical. It's the number of the sky and soul. And we have number 4 being the number of I believe blood and earth, body and earth. And so to combine, they make 7. It's an integration of 2 different aspects. But 3, 6, and 9 is just kind of an expansion of the 3 to the 6, the 6 to the 9. And so it's kind of a flowering, and which kind of goes in with the Kabbalah as well, because I know that the sacred flower of life, and it comes from the seed of life, and it kind of flowers forth from that. And that's somewhat integrated, I think, also in the numbers. Now I think the numbers of spheres in the flower of life is kind of an odd number. I believe it's like 46 or 56 or something. There's definitely like a string of different numbers.
Number of spheres in what?
In the flower of life.
I'll pull it up while you talk. Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a brilliant place to start. Well done. Like looking at the obvious one. My girlfriend was talking about the Shri Yantra, which is also like incredibly beautiful, absolutely beautiful glyph, which we will probably bring up as well. So let's flash this at the crew. Let's flash this at the world. Presents. Share screen. Volume off. Always, guys, remember whenever you're sharing the screen, the volume off of that thing. Otherwise, it creates feedback loops and all sorts of weird crap. So there we go. Now, this is like it's a lot of fun trying to count this, isn't it? So when you go around in a circle, it's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And when you go in the smaller circle, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And when you go in that smaller circle, it's 1. Yeah? But those circles are shared and superimposed. If that makes sense. Indy. Don't know if... Oh, sorry. It's not on the screen. Duh. There it is.
Different circles in there. We have the smaller size circles in the middle that can come about from the fruit of life stage. And then there's 19 circles apparently in this flower of life, of this, what would be medium-sized circles if you compare them to the smaller size circles that aren't featured here. But the fruit of life comes from the seed of life, and then the flower of life comes from the fruit. So, but with 19 circles, we have the number 9 in 19, and it reduces to 1. So, which is interesting. So there's like the 19 becomes 1, and then there's the 1 circle surrounding the 1, which I guess in essence could become 2. And then I feel like there should be a third aspect here. Now, if you look at the little Vesica Pisces in here, let's see how many Vesica Pisces are there.
Here's an interesting point. Yeah. If you add up all the circles, you add up to 18 around a central circle.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you got a center in the middle, and around that central circle, you got 6 circles. And around that central 6 circles, you got 12 circles. So you've got 18 circles around a central circle, if that makes sense. And that central circle you could consider as being, sorry, that was an accident. You could consider as being sort of the structural baseline integrator of all of the circles. So it's quite an interesting concept that you happen to have 18 around the 19th, 19 being the number of the sun.
Yeah, 18 is much more congruous with 3, 6, and 9, because 18 is 3 times 6 or 9 times 2. So those are definitely congruous with 9. And then we have also with
3 plus 6 plus 9. Yeah.
Seed of Life pattern contains 12 Vesica Pisces. But they say that the number of Vesica Pisces can vary in the Flower of Life depending how you count them, apparently.
Of course, that makes sense, because like depends on how you count as to how many you're going to count. I mean, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, right? There are literally a finite number of Vesica Pisces. That's what you call New Age woke stuff, right? Like, there's 15 peanuts in my hand, depending on how you count, right? Well, I think what they mean is that if you count how many Vesica Pisces are native to their own sphere, but like you say, of every sphere there is shared Vesica Pisces, but that still doesn't mean that there's extras. So if you're going to go 6, then you go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Why am I getting a feeling that there's going to be 64? Just without really going through the whole process of counting, I'm curious. I don't take it any of you guys have actually counted it. 64 Vesica Pisces in Flower of Life. Is that correct? Come on, maths brain out there, tell us. Don't you love the way the number 64 in the context of Vesica Flower of Life relates to 3-dimensional sacred geometry structure known as 64 tetrahedron grid, called the isotropic vector matrix. So that's like about as useless as what? It's got to be the most useless thing I've ever come across.
Yeah, I'm gonna count them up real quick.
How many? I mean, we're talking about a very simple thing. This is like what AI was invented for, right?
Yeah.
Are there in Flower of Life? I mean, it's pretty much it's math. Like, can you count? So it says it contains at least 12 Vesica Pisces. There's something very much wrong with this picture. Yeah. There's something extremely wrong with this picture. Solomon Cube.
You know, looking at this Flower of Life, I kind of noticed an interesting phenomenon. If I try to like focus on one circle, I'll see the sort of the 6 pattern kind of flower. But if I try to look at the circle next to it, it's like the previous circle gets enveloped by the new circle, like it's behind it. It's almost like the image is animating itself as you look at it, even though it's a still image. It's kind of, I can see it from that point of view where people thought the symbol was so mystical.
It is mind-blowing and beautiful the way it does that, and the way it so easily resolves itself in a cube. Eh?
Oh yeah,
Like
there's a
that cube is just so obvious. And it's like that 3-dimensional thing. And it's just so interesting the way the center of the cube is sort of, there's something quite like poetic about its positioning. But there are a lot of Vesica Pisces there. Okay, there's 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 one way. So if there's 24 one way, that's just 24 the other way. So there's 48 Vesica Pisces. There we go. Just got to use a little bit of common sense in counting it. Don't try and count them all. Just use maths. So there's 48, which is quite interesting.
I got 90.
Sorry?
I got 90.
What? Oh, you got 90. Did you go and count them all?
Yeah.
I just counted 3 plus 4 plus 5 one way, right? 3 plus 4 plus 5, which is 12. Then I added the 12 together. Oh, I made a mistake. Then I added the 12 and I doubled it because it's on the other side, making 24. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 30, actually.
30.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 30, and that's going in one angle.
Oh, you're right.
Then
Okay.
when I take the other angle, there's another 30. Oh my gosh, you are so right. Then there's another 30 vertically. So you are right. There are 90. Well done, Indy. It's brilliant having a Virgo in the house. Virgo in the house. Attention to detail. Well clocked. There are 90.
The way I figured out was there's 42 on the left side, there's 42 on the right side, and then there's another 6 down the middle. So 42 and 42 makes 84, with another 6 makes 90. So
yeah,
that's
I was
interesting.
only thinking 2-dimensionally. I wasn't thinking 3 dimensions.
Yeah, we got the 30 and the 90.
Right.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the two
Because
cross
if
ones, and then there's the ones that go straight
basically
up and down.
there are 30 diagonally left to right, then there are 30 diagonally right to left, and then there are 30 vertical. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
30 vertical ones across, 30 going from the top right corner to the bottom left corner, and 30 going from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. And they're like crossed
You know
like
what
that.
I just realized though?
Like-
There's actually a different type of Vesica Pisces in there that's hidden inside.
You're talking about the egg.
Yeah, is it an egg? Is it more of an egg?
Well, that's what a Vesica Pisces is, I think. It's kind of like a...
Like if you take a Venn diagram and you pull it closer together, it kind of changes into a different form. Whereas if you pull it apart, it comes into like a smaller
Yeah.
wedge, like we're looking at. But then there's that egg one too. That's possibly also a Vesica Pisces, in just a different shape. It looks more like the Jesus fish shape.
Yeah. You can get lost in this picture. It's such a beautiful image. Big love to those of you that are joining the chat. Namaste, Hollowbone Hawk, Neil. Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Hope everybody is thriving. Sending you all love, peace, honor, and respect. So here's where it gets really interesting, right? I don't know if you guys have you guys followed polymath at all? And I think this is probably where Tesla found his love for it, right? Let me try and find a polymath diagram and try and break it down for you guys. Polymath geometry. They're going to give me all sorts of nonsense. Polymath 9 points, 9 points on circle, but I can break it down without the image, even if I've got it. It's not really a problem. I could do with an Enneagram, actually. Yeah, I can do with an Enneagram. It's not a problem. I shall improvise. Improvise I shall. Okay, so here's a basic breakdown to the polymath idea, right? So you can see here on this, on the green, the primary green triangle is 3, 6, 9, right? 3, 6, 9. Obviously, it's a clockwise rotating triangle, and that triangle's rotating through different elements. And that 3, 6, 9 then rotates to the next elements of 1, 4, 7, right? And on the next one, it rotates to 5, 8, and 2. So how the polymath works is this. They discovered that if you take one number and you multiply that number by 2, and it works with different multiplications, by the way, then you've got like 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. 8 times 2 is 16. When you break 16 down to its root, you end up with 7. 16 times 2 is 32. When you break 32 back down to its root, 3 plus 2, you end up with 5. So you see, yeah, we've got an interesting diagram coming up. We've got a 1, 2, 1 to 2, then 2 to 4, right? Then 4 to 8, then 8 to 7, yeah? 16, 7 to 5, and 5 back to 1. Now, what gets interesting is as you carry on doing this, this is a pattern that will continue. So you'll say 1 times 2 is 2, 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 2 is 8, 8 times 2 is 16, which is 7, 16 times 2 is 32, which is 5, right? Now, 32 times 2 is 64, which is 1 again. 64 times 8, 128 when broken down, becomes 2 again. 128 times 2 is 256. 256 when broken down is 4 again, because 2 times 2 is 4. 256 times 2 is 512. 512 when broken down is 8 again. So you see the same sequence. And 512 times 2 is 1024. This is computer code. 1024 broken down becomes 7 again, right? And 2048 when broken down becomes 2048 when broken down becomes 4.6 is 12 plus 2 is 14, becomes 5 again, right? And 4096 when broken down becomes 1 again. So you notice there's this pattern running. The pattern is 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, and it will keep going on till infinitum. And they noticed that this pattern is interesting because you can work this pattern 2 ways. You can work this pattern with division, right? So you can take the pattern of 1 divided by 2, and that becomes 1 divided by 2 becomes 0.5, right? And then 0.5 divided by 2 becomes 0.25. And 0.25, each number, when you divide that 2, you get a bigger number. Each number is going to be the exact same sequence, but it's going to be backwards. So instead of it being 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, it's going to be 5, 7, 8, 4, 2, 1. So it'll be 5, 7, 4, 2, 4, 8, 2, 1 if it's dividing. And if it's multiplying, it's going to be 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. So those same pattern, it's the same cycle of numbers. And so they realized that like the only 3 numbers that are not part of the sequence is 3, 6, 9. Now, here's where it gets interesting. If you do the same sequence and you start with a 3, right? So you say 3, it's 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12, which is breaking down to 3. 12 times 2 is 24, which is breaking up to 6. 24 times 2 is 48, which comes back to 3. So you've got an infinite loop of it going 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. In the same way that the other pattern of other numbers will go the cycle of 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Sorry, I'm trying to get this right. With the numbers of 3 and 6, 3, you will always get 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. Now, if you do the same thing with 6, yeah, it gets interesting. So you start with 6 and you say 6 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12, which is 3. 12 times 2 is 24, which is 6, right? 24 times 2 is 48, which is 3. And so if you're using the number 6 or the number 3, you will always end up with a cycle of 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. It will be an endless loop. So you've got 2 endless loops that you're working with. It's the 3, 6 endless loop, and that comes from permuting the numbers 3 or 6. Any of the other numbers, you will have an endless loop of 2, or 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. The only one that's the piggy out is the number 9. 9 will always be the same, which is quite interesting. If you take 9 and you multiply it by 2, you end up with 9. If you take 9 and divide it by 2, you end up with 9. You can multiply by 2. You can say 3 times. You can say whatever you do to that, it's going to be 9. Now, where it gets really interesting is if you take the 6 and you multiply the 6 by the 3, you get 9. So if you take 6, it's 6. 6 times 3 is 18, right? 18 times 3 is 54, which is 9. 54 times 3 is 162, which is 9. So if you multiply the 3 by the 6 or the 6 by the 3, you end up back at the root of 9. So 3 and 6 share this very unusual relationship with each other as a polarity, and they all come back to the root of 9. So this is like the polymath idea behind conceptual arrangements of numbers. And I'm sorry I don't have images for you guys. I was hoping to be able to get some sorted out. I just didn't have the time. But I'm sure that you guys probably know this. If you haven't, go and find a video on polymath. It's really interesting how this works. So the number 369 holds some really interesting numerological patterns. And these patterns are basically able to be sort of tracked. And I think as well, when we look at this flower of life, I'm just looking at it here now. There's something so powerful about this flower of life, because you'll see this 6-sided shape right? These circles, which arrange 6 circles around a central circle, and then naturally evolves to be 12 circles around that circle. So you've got the number 6 scaling up till 12. And if you were to scale up from 12, I wonder how many circles you would have. I'm guessing there's a ratio, right? Why do I think there would be 27 circles around the 12? I think we're going to end up at 9 if we expand this diagram bigger, right? Because of the exponential growth surface area and the number of circles that it'll take to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's like really, really interesting when you start to expand this out to see that there's some kind of a divine pattern working out here. And this number 6 seems to be at the core of meeting where 3 and 9 become actualized. And so number 6, obviously, when you start with these 6 petals, you end up with a cube, which is Saturn's cube. And Saturn's cube obviously represents these ideas. In fact, let me pull up the Saturn square, because I think it will be easier to explain with the good old Saturn square. You just can't beat Saturn square, can you? It's become one of, I'm having a love affair with this square. Does that sound weird?
It's a beautiful thing. I'm starting to fall in love with it too. It's just so powerful what you can do. I love the profundity of it.
It's just
not that many numbers, but it really encompasses so much, pretty much everything.
It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing for me. So it's quite interesting because you can see here when you're looking at this now, the way that these numbers are arranged, right, is quite interesting because you got 7 plus 8, which is 15, and 15 plus 9 is 24, which is 6. So you got a 666 thing going on here, right? 666. Now I think 666 has got a very powerful relation with 369 because what we're not seeing here is, can you see my my cursor on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So let's say hypothetically, number 1, number 7, and number 6. This makes up one side. There's an arrow there, right? If we can see that. Am I making sense? 1 to 7, from 1 to 7, and from 6 to the point where 1 and 7, the green and orange cross. So that makes up a arrow which is making up one side of a cube. Can you see that this is a cube that has been laid open? Does that make sense? Yeah? The sigil, the structure of it. It's basically a cube that's been laid open. So if you want to rebuild that cube, one edge of the cube is going to be an edge between 1, 6, and 7. And when we look at that, and this can hold true for an octahedron, by the way, just to be clear, we could be looking at a cube or an octahedron. So a 1 and a 7 and a 6 adds up to 8 plus 6, which is 14, which is 5, right? And a 7 plus a 9, which is 16, plus 2, which is 18. Hold on, did I make this wrong? Sorry, is this right? Something wrong here. 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 8 is 12. Yes, 1 plus 3, sorry, 1, 3, and 8 for the one side of the polarity. So 1, 3 is 4 plus 8, which is 12, which is 3. And I'll show you on the Enneagram how this maps onto the Enneagram. Then on the other side, we've got 7, 9, and 2, which is 9, right? And so that shows us the relationship between 3 and 9. It's the polarities of yang and yin. So you've got the two negative polarities, 7 and 9 of the orange, right? And you've got the positive polarity of 2 of the green. Am I explaining this well, Indy?
Yeah, I see the corners are yin and yang. And the 4 and the 6
Yeah,
are not
so
a center line with the 4, 5,
exactly. These two forces are culminating in number 8. But these two, the 9 and the 7, are 16, plus the 2 is 18, which is 9. That is this side of the yang yin. This is going to tie into Taoism. Then the other side of the yang yin is 1 plus 8 plus 3, which is 4, 8, which is 12, which is 3. And here we've got the positive edge or corner or point of the orange, and we've got the negative polarities of the green, which is exactly inverted to the other side. Then what is the polarizing point between the two is the 4 plus the 5, which is 9, plus 6, which is 15, which is 6. So it shows that 6 is the harmony between 3 and 9. And that 3 and 9 produce the turning, whirling sensations of energy that maintains the 6 of harmony as the axis mundi, if that makes sense. And so there's like something quite interesting to observe if you look at that, and you can see it very clearly on an Enneagram. I think I'm going to show you guys another Enneagram to make it even easier, but you can see it here. So here you have the 3, the 6, and the 9 on one green. Let me get you a different, I have another one. This has got all 3 Enneagrams mapped onto it, so it's quite busy. It's quite busy for the eyes. It might be easier for people to see it in a different, easier to look at version. So let's see where we have. Archetypes, planets, Enneagram. Got 2 black ones. I must have a one that's not black here. There we go. So this should pop up in a second. Okay, there we go. It's easier to see here because it's less busy. So you've got the 3, the 6, and the 9 that make up the one triangle, right? And that 3 and the 6 and the 9 triangle is being shown here. Let me get that image. Is being shown here. Sorry, 3 plus 6 plus 9 is 18. And so that is shown here with the numerations adding to 18, which is 16 plus 2, which is 18, right? And then the other side of the Enneagram that adds up to 3, which I shall show you here, is visible when you look at 7 plus 1 plus 4, right? So that's 8 plus 4, which is 3. So you've got one blue triangle here, which is adding up to 3, right? Then you got the main 3, 6, 9 triangle that adds up to 9. And then you got one other triangle, which is 8 plus 2 plus 5, which adds up to 15, which is 6. And so you got the 6, you got the 9, and you got the 3. And notice the 6 triangle, just to bring it clearly here, it revolves between the 5, the 2, and the 8, right? And between those numerations, the 5 is the pivot. So you can see this is sort of like a map showing you 3, 6, 9. And the first scale of the map, the founding triangle of the 3 triangles that make up the blue Enneagram, happens to be 3, 6, 9. So you got 3, 6, 9 folded into 3, 6, 9 in a convenient way. I hope I've been making sense. What do you guys think? Are you guys following me?
Yes. Yeah, I see it. I think it's really great how it integrates with the Enneagram, and I feel like it should also integrate with cosmic systems. It's also a 9-base system. I got this picture here where you can see that the Sephirothic labyrinth is integrated into the tree of life, or the flower of life. We also show how the yin and yang could also be shown in the flower of life here. But there's a lot of stuff from Kabbalah. We have Star of David, the Tree of Life, and the menorah. We also have like the Jesus fishes. Now the one in the middle on the top, I don't know what that one is. Do you know what that is?
The one on the top is part of the those negative space triangles, which happens to make up. Can you see 2 Vesica Pisces there? Big ones?
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm. And they made up a Holy Grail out of a similar shape.
Yeah, and there's the hourglass between the 2 of them.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to portray the horned Taurus, it says. So I guess it's like a toroid, and then those 2 cones in the middle are like the center of the toroidal donut shape.
Basically, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a toric field that is opened up. It's almost like you can see it's like 2 flat things superimposed over each other like that, like 2 hands with a negative space between the 2. And those 2, can I even call them triangles? They're not actually triangles, but those 2, like, what do you call those shapes that are triangles but not triangles, but clearly like triangular, feminine?
They're like non-Euclidean triangles, probably, because they have like the more the bend. You don't have exact angle or you don't have exact like acute angles that you would in a triangle, because the lines are kind of like bent and warped in a non-Euclidean fashion.
Yeah, since it's at an arc, I feel like since it's not a straight line, it's different than most other shapes. But it to me resembles a 3-dimensional shape of a vortex.
Definitely holds that. Yeah, I would say that's like a powerful shape. And so, you know, when we're looking at these 3, 6, 9 notions, and you mentioned the yang yin, and I think like the yang yin is something that is really profound and isn't given its full scope. We look at it and we see polarity, right?
Yeah.
But we don't see a refined set of relationships that expand out into multiplicity almost indefinitely. Like when I look at that, I see a yang and a yin, right? So that's an obvious relationship. But then I also see within the yang a relationship between the yin and the yang. And then within the yang, I see a relationship between the yang and the yin. And then I see a relationship of the yang in the yin with the yin in the yang. Right? And then I see a relationship between the yang yin of yin and the yin yang of yang with each other. A complex dynamic relationship between a dynamic and a dynamic. So there you see there's like 5 particular sets of relationships that are all like quite obvious. And now we've got these 5 sets of relationships that also have other relationships. because now we've got the complex yang yin of yang and yin yang of yin, right? And the yin yang of yang, for example, or the yang yin of yin has got a relationship with the yin of yang. And the yang yin of yang has got a relationship with the other one, you see? So there's these cross-crossing relationships. And as you sort of expand outward from it, you start to see a multiplicity arising of all these subtle relationships of polarities that are forming just from this one very simple glyph. And so these systems hold relationships, right? So there we've already built it up to seven sets of relationships that we can see, which is quite obvious and quite clearly being reflected here from the yang yin. And I don't think we have fully even scratched the surface, because then we have to also consider the Tao of yang yin with the Tao of yin yang, right? And that relationship itself with the relationship of the Tao with yang and yin as the big ones. And so you've got another three relationships that fit onto that. And so there's this explosive set of relationships that are all, to my eyes, bombing out. And you know, it gets quite, you can get dizzy when you start to follow the relationships of a yang yin, because you can just keep pulling associations out of it, almost like, I don't know, does it go on in an infinite seeming arc? I bet you it could, because you would be looking at different relationships between positive and negative, or masculine and feminine force with each, even though you're looking quite clearly at a relationship between masculine and feminine. There are so many relationships within that dynamic. So I think it's interesting that you point that out, Indy, you know.
There's so much there in that yin and yang. It's beautiful. Now, would you say that the yang has 18 and that the yin has 12?
What do you mean by that specifically? I mean, I know this is a ratio in Taoism that is used when it comes to practical work with the breathing operations of retention of force and projection of force. So that is how they do their alchemy, which is in itself quite interesting.
But it's interesting, 9-to-6 ratio from 18-12 reduced down.
I know that there's a 6 and a 9 ratio of the cycles of rotation, right? Mm-hmm. Of your Dan 10. So the one side rotates in a anti-clockwise way, and so there's a 9 cycle versus a 6 cycle, right? So when you're spinning the energy in one direction, you spin it 9 times. When you spin the energy in the other direction, you spin it 3 times. But this is a division of the 3 elements in that Dan 10. So you're actually bringing the Shen and the Qi and the Jin together. The Jing. The Shen, the Qi, and the Jing are coming together, these 3 elements. And these 3 elements come together, and on one side, the polarity is 6. And on the other side, the polarity is 9. And obviously, when you look at that, like the elephant in the room, for me, when I look at that, is once again, you know, it seems like we're back here again, right? Just to bring this back up here. Because here, once again, this is exactly what they're showing us here, right? They're showing us that the 2, the 5, the 7, right, which is 18, right, is producing a particular energetic force. And so the one side is being harmonized to a state of balance, and the other one is being energized. And I think that this increases your energy. Isn't that interesting? You know, and that's for increasing your potential, your fire energy, your chi energy when you're working with that particular system. Like in the microcosmic orbit is probably the best example of that particular alchemical work and how it works in terms of the numbers.
Right.
And you know, then we've got to also look at this, right? So there's 108 is the number of the astral planes. And so the chakra, when the Vedic cosmology works, they work with the scale of 108. Yeah. And 108 is 12 times 9. Yeah. And so that's 12 breaks down to 3 and 9. You're working with the 3 and the 9 in compound. And so that's quite interesting, you know. If you think about it, there's something quite powerful in that, in order for that to come into being. And if you look at it from another way, so there's 12 cycles, the 9 planets have got to move through the 12 signs of the zodiac in order to produce 108 points of interaction. So that's why, like, these chanting in wheels of 108 represents the 9 planetary influences in the 12 signs of the zodiac, which is dancing around the axis mundi. And the axis mundi, as we saw when we were looking at the Saturn square, right? The axis mundi is the 4, the 5, and the 6, which is 15. And the 15 of the axis mundi is whichever way you look at it, you got 15, right? 1 plus 9, if you go vertically, plus 5 is 15. 3 plus 7 plus 5 is 15. 8 plus 2 plus 5 is 15. 6 plus 4 plus 5 is 15. 9 plus 1, the bottom and the top, plus 5 is 15. So whichever way you move, you end up at 15. 15 is the sort of the baseline that we're looking at here. So it's not an accident that the 4, the 5, and the 6, which is the axis mundi, adds up to 15, right? And that 6 is the root of that expansion, and 4 is the foundation of that root, and 5 is that principle of flow and spinning and moving that keeps the system in a state of transition and transformation. The alchemical core or heart, which is Mercury. So that's like quite interesting when you start to see all of these elements converging here in the way that they do.
So you think that
Why?
like the 9, 2, and 7 would be the yang?
That's a good question. I think that the yang and the yin. The yang is the life-giving force, right?
Yeah.
And that life-giving force, I would equate it to 9, personally, right?
Right.
So I would relate that to the number 9, just because it makes the most sense as the as that potential sort of is reflecting here. And so yes, that does make sense, the 9, the 7, and the 2. 2 being the lunar potential, right? 7 being the feminine potential of soul searching, but going in, and 9 being that martial completion of this energy. And interestingly enough, the 1, the 8, and the 3 are not part of this reckoning, because I think the 1 and the 8 and the 3 might have harsh angular momentum. The 4, the 5, and the 6 is a chosen momentum of balance and harmony that possibly has a greater life-giving principle. And the Taoist forms of alchemy is all about extending the life. No? That's like their number one concern, right? They are interested in spiritual expansion. They are interested in spiritual realization. They're interested in all of these things. But it's, to me, from my onlooking, it always seems like the fundamental principle is longevity. What would you say? Would that be accurate?
Yeah, for 9, longevity. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was saying the Taoists, they seem to prioritize longevity.
Yes.
I think their attitude towards it is, if you live long enough, you get wise anyway.
Right.
No?
Definitely something. Yeah. Realize
Like,
more.
all you got to do is extend your life, and then everything else will fall into place, because you'll have made the same stupid mistakes enough times to go, you know what? I'm not going to do that again.
Exactly.
Huh.
Takes a long time to get the ego to ride in the passenger seat. So as long as, it's always going to be there, though. We don't kill the ego, like in ego death. It doesn't die. It just loses its chance to take the wheel. And so I think a lot of times we let the ego passenger seat drive, and we don't realize it for a long time. But in Taoism, they're all about really just being in harmony, being in the best perfect harmony with nature and your inner self and your body that you can be. And really, they feel like it's not about waiting to go to heaven, that some special reward for all your suffering here. It's about really being here now and enjoying every moment of this life in this place, and celebrating nature and our connection to nature. So it's kind of a bit of a stance that is on a different line from society's take on nature in modern industrialized, mechanized society, but there's places for it. It's integrated within us in the society, but there's, definitely a calling for this now, for us to find a way that's in balance, that's in harmony. And so it's great how it's not only just in balance with nature, but also in balance with the self. So, and I think with that comes longevity. And I think that's something that's seen as somewhat of a reward for the discipline of the practice. It's not necessarily that they're aiming to become old and wise, but it kind of comes with the experience of really being grateful for your body and your mind and your spirit, and being able to become more familiar with how they work and how they can be in a better environment, in a better state. So there's so much involved with other aspects, like like in chi winding, there's that heavenly life force that comes from the stars that we bring down to us, that gives us our energy. That's such a beautiful concept. And to me, it's similar to the Kabbalah, where they show that like the tree of life comes from the roots that start in the heavens and then descend down to the branches, which is interesting. Whereas you don't really see anything like that in Christianity. Like the Holy Spirit doesn't come down.
Well, I think they've gone out of their way to make sure that they can get rid of all the good stuff, haven't they?
Yeah,
Isn't that like what a big part of it? is about?
Yep, I think so. I think Gnosticism kind of teased that, allowing the wisdom of the Essenes and the high priesthood of Melchizedek order to come to shine through a little bit. But yeah, organized religion has kind of used a lot of bait of like forgiveness and stuff to draw people in without really showing the meat of like the and potatoes of like the actual understanding. It's just kind of like catch terms of like good sounding words, hope and belief and forgiveness. But it's really about guilt. Like you have to like pray to be forgiven, you know? So I think it's a lot of double speak involved there as well. It's not really necessarily seen. But it's great to be able to get into the mystical side and see how the numbers play out and everything. And I think Taoism kind of is really interesting how it takes the stance of profundity and simplicity that it is, where it can be mapped onto different things. So it goes with the aspect of 3 and the aspect of 2, which kind of encapsulates everything in the aspect of 1. So that encapsulates a lot of things. It does. I don't think it really necessarily. Well, I think in the Saturn square, through the Saturn square, which was used in the Bhagavad, in the before the I Ching and stuff. There's the numbers 1 through 9 involved, so it kind of encapsulates it all. But the idea is that yin and yang are 2 aspects, and that together combined they create the Tao. So in a way that creates oneness, but in a way that also creates 3 aspects. So from that you can get 9, like 3 aspects in each of the 3 aspects, for example. And so it kind of all unfolds quite simply and beautifully. Also, the idea in Taoism is that it's great to entertain the mystery of things and allow the unfolding of the mystery to play out in innumerable ways. And then we get to experience from one another how that shows our perspective and how that we can gain perspective from those perspectives of different ways to interpret what would be the same thing. We have different sights on what's the same thing. And so that's how they kind of articulate that in the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching, that there's really no face to the mysterious Tao because we see many faces of it, but that's not the particular face. And there's
Totally.
Yeah. It's unending.
So here I've got a triangle for you guys, and this is going to illustrate or what I'm like a Kabbalistic concept quite well, better than I think the tree of life will, but we'll break it down there as well to bring it into an alignment. So I was playing with this. I drew like a badly drawn version of this triangle on a piece of paper. Just before the show, like this afternoon, just this morning, actually, late morning, early afternoon, my girlfriend was on her way here, and I was like about to start, vacuuming up the dog hair, as is the pattern, because it's like dog molt season. And I was like, obviously procrastinating as one does, because like I was thinking, I had this vision of a triangle in my head that was like it wouldn't leave me alone. So I just drew this triangle, and I actually started off with a triangle in the middle. So let me get this triangle on here. Let me get to the image on the triangle. Now I'm confused. Oh, there we go. So let me move it to a place where I can see it. So you guys can see my cursor here, yeah? Please tell me you can. Cosmic Indie, any of you guys with me?
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay, cool. So I started off, you can see the triangle in the center. That's the one I drew. And then I drew an inverted triangle over that triangle, right? And then I inverted that triangle to be a right triangle up over the top of that triangle, which is a scalar advancement, right? From 1 to scale up from 1 to having 3 smaller triangles standing around that triangle to scale it up. And then having around that central triangle that I've built there, having these 3 triangles, which is a scalar version, but inverted. In other words, this is downward pointing and these are upward pointing, 3 to build this particular composite triangle. And that just makes sense for me for how to draw this, right? And so I sort of got looking at it and I was like, well, that's interesting. When you take the central triangle as the point of origin, that primal fundamental spirit, fire, then you have 3 triangles around you, right? And they're all 3 downward pointing triangles, which is quite interesting because they seem to be pointing out that there are the 3 mother letters, the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin, that are drawing power towards the physical, right? And that the physical is the 4th element in the middle. And so you could say that in the middle here, you've got the Isia, and then you've got the Atzilut, the Yetzirah, and the Bria elements, pulling consciousness to cohese in a state of Isia, which is the physical phenomenal universe, say Malkut, for example. And so I was like, that's interesting. And then I started expanding it here and I started seeing, well, we do have an interesting perspective here because then when we expand that triangle then becomes a bigger triangle, which is now flanked by 3 triangles, which is reiterating this number 3 again. And when we do this, we notice that there are 3 upright triangles in each of these triangles, right? Each of these triangles are made out of 3 upright triangles with a negative space triangle in the center between those 3 upright triangles representing negative space, pulling down. I was like, that's interesting. And so you've got 3 plus 3 plus 3, which is 9. I was like, okay, that's quite interesting. Then I considered as well that when you consider this whole structure, right, and you break it down, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 negative space triangles. Isn't that interesting? 6 triangles that are pointing down, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 triangles are pointing up. And they are all around the central arranged triangle in the middle. So you have 9 triangles in a sphere or flanking a central triangle pointing upwards, and you have the negative space of 6 triangles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 triangles pointing downwards. So you got the 6 and the 9 there. And then again, this is fundamentally a triangle, right? This is fundamentally the number 3. And I started getting like, wow, that's quite powerful, the way this shape does it. And it does it in like really interesting way, because it also then represents, so it represents the Enneagram, the 9, it represents a 6, and it represents a 3 as it's fundamentally a triangle, an equilateral triangle too, representing 3 in the most sort of natural and perfect way. I then also started looking at the angles. I was like, well, that's it. Let's break that out. Let's take it into the next direction. So let's take one of these 4 triangles. Let's take one of the upright triangles as an example. And I thought, let's look at the angles. So you've got in each one side of these long triangles, you've got what looks like a K. Can you see the letter K there? If you're standing slightly, looking at it slightly cockeyed skew, there's the line that I'm following. And there's the K. But that K represents the coming together of the masculine embedding itself within the center of this energy. And so there's 2 angles there of 60 degrees. Okay, that's interesting. And there's 2 angles here of 60 degrees. Okay, that's interesting. So, and there's 2 angles here of 60 degrees, right? So that's obviously 120, 120, and 120. So we've got 360 degrees of angles represented in this midpoint between each of the midpoint angles here, bringing us to 360 degrees around this central triangle, which is, represented by these 3 internal angles, which happens to be 180 degrees, which I thought was quite interesting. And when you bring these 3 central triangles into the play, you got 540 degrees. I thought, like, wow, that's some serious poetry of numbers with the angles working out there. And then you got 540 degrees here on this flank. You got 540 degrees up at the top. And naturally, the central triangle, which is inverted, negative space, also has 540 degrees. And so that's 1,620 degrees of angles of the 3 upright triangles standing around. And so it all comes back to the number 9, which I thought was really interesting. This entire triangular system is speaking the language of the Enneagram, speaking the language of 9, but it's got the negative space of 6 bound here by the fact that there are only 6 downward facing triangles. Now, what are the odds of this happening? And please tell me if I wasn't articulate enough. And I apologize if I wasn't. Oh, and namaste, dear Vincent, brother. How are you doing? I hope you're good, man. Shalom.
I think the number of triangles in total ends up being the square of the base. So if you only had 3, then there'd be 9 in total. There would be 4 in the triangle above them that contains 1 negative space triangle in the center. Then there'd be 2 more negative space triangles below, making 6 besides the 3, creating 9 triangles in a 3 base, and etc. But it's beautiful how the Sierpinski triangle kind of plays out and plays the tricks on your eyes when you're looking at the negative space versus the positive space. It kind of flips your perspective, which can kind of really illuminate things as well. And as we were looking at... Oh, go ahead.
The star. Sorry, brother. I was just saying namaste, the star. I hope you're good. Please continue, Indy. I didn't realize you were going to say more. Please do.
And as we were saying earlier with being able to see the yin yang, all the different connections and the patterns, and training the eye to see different relations, you could ultimately train your eye to see the negative and positive space in there, and it takes on a different relation. So it's interesting how that kind of plays out with it. and how you could see that it would expand infinitely. In each triangle itself, you could place this same shape in each one of the small triangles. And then you can continue on infinitum. But it all comes from 3. So that shows the beauty and the complexity of 3. And I like how the triangles are kind of creating like stripes too. And you can tease out different ideas, like kind of like a beach ball hexagram in the middle. If you look at it like a radiation symbol.
Yeah, you're talking about the downward pointing triangles.
Yeah. Well, they all look like they're
If you
facing
just-
in towards the center, like a pie or like a cube. There's a cube. Underneath the top triangle, there's a cube right there. Or it could be a beach ball, like the umbrella logo in Resident Evil.
There's 3 radiation symbols that link up to form one image. Can you see what I mean? There's a
Yeah.
radiation symbol. So there's a radiation symbol just underneath the top, right? And then there's 2 radiation symbols just below on the right and on the left of that one, which is made up of 2 of the triangles of that radiation symbol. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'll show you on the image. It's really awesome the way it does that. So if you can see my icon, yeah, here, and here makes up one radiation image, right? But this triangle makes up the top of this and this radiation image. And this triangle of the top radiation image makes up, which is the bottom left triangle, makes up the top triangle of this radiation symbol. So we've got this 1, 2, and 3. And these 3 are made up out of 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because there are only 6 downward pointing triangles. And that those 6 downward pointing triangles happens to make 3 radiation symbols. Do we understand now where the radiation symbol came from? We're talking about negative space here, right?
Yeah. Right.
Well, that's how my consciousness interprets the downward triangles as negative space and positive space, expanding space and contracting space. And so the expanding space, the Kabbalah says there are 10 spheres, not 11, not 9, right? But the 10th sphere is Malkut, and that isn't a sphere in its own right. That is a sphere which is a combination of all the other spheres, if that makes sense. So everybody is pushing in towards the center. So that central sphere, if you think of it as Malkut, then you can think of these other spheres, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now you've got 9 spheres pointing up around that central sphere, that central 9 triangles pointing upwards, which are culminating towards a central point of a central space, Malkut, the physical space. But that physical space of that central triangle is made out of the other 9 triangles, which is the Enneagram, the 9 points of vector. And that negative space, which is the 3 radiation symbols, happen to be 6 downward pointing triangles. And this is all fundamentally bound within the structure of 3, which is a conceptual form of the triangle, which is conceptually triangles within triangles. It's 3 within 3 within 3, which when you look at those 3 points, you end up with an inversion happening. So with the upward pointing triangle, right, you have 3 positive space points with 1 negative space point. With the downward pointing bigger triangle in the center, Just let me show you what I mean. With this upward pointing triangle here, which is the same as this upward pointing triangle here, which is the same as this upward pointing triangle here, we have 1, 2, 3 positive space, 1 negative space. So we've got 3 around 1. And then we've got in the center 1 negative space triangle, which is pointing down, which happens to have 3 negative space points, 3 downward pointing triangles with 1 upward pointing triangle. And so you can see like this, I don't know, to me, it's like mystical expressions of the tree of life. When I see this, I see the tree of life. And interestingly enough, I'm also seeing, you know, basically we're talking about 19 triangles in all, but I see 18 triangles aligned around a central triangle. And that central triangle is reflected as the big triangle containing all of that. So it's almost like we're looking through a 3-dimensional zone of a triangle that's getting smaller towards that converging small triangle in the middle. And we're looking through a keyhole, which is a big triangle. And in the distance, it's a small triangle. And in the process of this happening, this contraction, you got all these other triangles and all these other forces exerting pressure. Yeah, star, as above, so below. It's really quite a powerful and beautiful sort of symbol. This is, I just wanted to show it to you guys, to show you these patterns that are always coming back to the 3, the 6, and the 9. Whichever way you look at it, it always seems to come back there. And this is not just to do with, you know, physics. It's to do with metaphysics. It's to do with the occult, to do with consciousness. Let's look at the physical body for a moment, shall we? Yeah. Like when we look at the body, we see polarities. Yeah. So we see the 2 arms and we see the 2 legs, right? But when you move, you're moving with 2 sets of polarities, always working with each other to sort of complete each other. And these 2 sets of polarities are always working around the spine. Yeah? So the spine you could think of as the vector equilibrium, as the axis mundi, as we sort of pointed out here, right? The 4, the 5, and the 6, which is 15, bringing you to 6. And then these other 2 represent the other 2 elements. And there's 2 ways of conceptualizing these, because here's the secret. The Ida and the Pingala are both negative and positive points on each point. So we like to think of this as an Ida point, but it's actually where there's positive Ida, there's negative Pingala. And where there's negative Pingala, there's positive Ida. So they work together. Sort of like lightning, it has to strike from 2 polarities in order to create a junction through which to move. And it's moving in 2 directions. Even though it's not actually moving, it's more like it's just linking up 2 polarities and allowing that polarization to be expressed throughout the entirety of the connection and the circuit that's shown. So I think, like looking at the human body then, to look at the process of locomotion and walking as an expression of 369. Nothing can move unless it's moving around the harmony of 6. There's that 4, that central blue axis mundi. And then we have to have these other 2 principles working in tandem. And the way they work in tandem is both the 6 and the 6 and the 3 and the 6. I'm sorry, the 6 and the 6 and the 3 and the 9. The 6 and the 6 because the fundamental axis mundi is the 6. So the 3 reflects the 6 and the 9 carries the 6, sort of as that junction point between 3 and 9. So each leg has to be reflecting the balance and the harmony of the axis mundi, or you will topple over. So the left leg and the right leg have got to compensate for the other side of the body in order to maintain equilibrium. And that equilibrium is represented by the axis mundi, by that number 6, which is why the number 6 on the Enneagram is the artist. Venus, harmony, vibration. It's that consistency of structure that is emanating through the universal consciousness field. And that number 3, which is the optimist, which represents expansion, right? Expansion of potential and energy, is bound by the number 9, which represents action. So 9 represents the action of the universe. 3 represents the expansive potential of the universe. And 6 represents the harmony between the expansive potential meeting the action. And that's the principle of cause and effect, where 9 harbors the effect, 3 harbors the cause, and 6 becomes the pivot, the scales of justice, or the toric field. Hence, Venus rules Libra, the scales, and Venus rules Taurus, the toric field. And that Taurus horns represents this potential, and the sphere represents where it's going, through its horns. So we've got this consistent balance of these two potential, 3 and the 6. So if you look at the sign of Taurus, on the one side of Taurus, the one horn is 3. On the other horn is 9. And between the 3 and the 9 is the 6 of Venus. When you look at the scales of Libra is essentially a triangle with a line over the top of the triangle, which is a pivot, if you want to consider it in terms of geometry. And then these two are the 9 and the 3 being brought into alignment. And so the 3 is a scalar reflection, larger expansiveness, and the 9 is the action being brought out by this expansion. So that's quite like an interesting something to consider. And this is why the 369 is so fundamental when we look at the Enneagram, because it's the root of the entire Enneagram. And whichever way you look at it, you end up with that same fundamental thing happening, right? Like there's no way to bypass it. I don't know. What are your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I think it also points out kind of like 3 different. It kind of like takes the complexity of 9, and then the 369 makes it simplified to a point where you have 3 groupings. You have 1, 2, 3, and then you have 4, 5, 6, and you have 7, 8, 9 into like 3 different categories. So you can kind of simplify the 9 down into a 3, and then from there you kind of like have more of a bearing of like which of the 3 aspects you're in, and their relations to each other. So that's like one of the ways to break it down. But there's also other various ways of the relationships between the different numbers that are shown by the lines here.
Yeah, I mean, what I've got here is I've got the tree of life. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So all of these lines that we're looking at here are the 21 tarot trumps. Each one of them is a tarot trump. Yeah. And the circle on the outside, the white circle, that is also a tarot trump. So, and the the green triangles are the mother letters, just to be clear. So that green triangle is a continuity of a single closed loop. So you got the 369, that's a closed loop. Then it's a green triangle. Then you got the green triangle of the 258, and then you got the triangle of the 1, 7, and the 4. So here we've got Kether, the monad, touching 4, knowledge, and reflecting 7, right? Which is effectively that internalizing process of self-discovery, right? That's the mystic going inwards. So the inner mystic is balancing with the outer knowledge. Inner knowledge, outer knowledge, one, the precursor to knowledge. Yeah, the sun, enlightenment. Then we've got the other triangle, which is 3 and 9, right? 3 being that principle of expansion, 9 being that principle of completion in action, and 6 being what unites the action of 9 to the expansiveness, inspiration of 3 through the number 6. So here we have Tiferet holding Bina so that it can be reflected in Yeshut, right? So you've also got the 3 pillars of the tree represented here, interestingly enough. And then you've got, of course, Hot, or what I like to call head. They call it Hot in Jewish Kabbalah, but actually, when you think about the vowels are not set, right? And Hot represents the intellect, right? it's that discriminative intelligence. Number 8, which is the head. So I like to use the word het instead of hot. And that makes so much more sense because we're talking about the logos. Number 8. So we got 8 and we've got 2, which is chokmah, wisdom. So the wisdom potential and the expression of dynamic knowledge, right? Through 8, which is a dynamic expression. You can see the yellow connecting these as a polarity, right? 1. A dynamic expression. And this is being bound in a state of harmony by Mercury. Number 5, right? The will. This is Jabora. And this Jabora is the point of expression between the wisdom and that dynamic intellect, which is coming across as the divine will operating through us. So you see these 3 triangles represent these sephirot in a way, these spheres of activity. And they also represent the mother letters, the Aleph, the Mem, and the Shin, where the Mem represents the memory, right? The memory. And the Aleph represents the breath, the living principle of breath. And the Shin represents that powerful, transformative potential. And so the Shin, you can see, is being reflected here, right? The powerful, the flame of this powerful dynamic being expressed, right? And we can see these 3 mother letters in these 3 green triangles, and then the other 18 are the other paths or the other Hebrew alphabet letter associations, which represent archetypes. And these are all bound within Malkut. These are all bound within the world, within Tav, the square of Saturn, Saturn's cube, which is that white circle It's like a tube that you're looking through, which is essentially a toric field. The toric field, which is that dancing tarot card of the world that we see. So you've got all the trees mechanisms here. You've got all the Sephirot bound here. And the Sephirot of Malkut also happens to be bound within the big sphere, which is also represented as a connection with everything within that sphere is Malkut. And the line around that sphere represents the world's connections to all of the Sephirotic actions and potentials and energies moving within Malkut, within the sphere of Asiya, the physical dimensionality of the sphere of reality world we're living in. So now let me put that into a more conventional Kabbalist model that people will recognize, for those that are Kabbalistically inspired. And so we'll see the same principles again here. And here it's quite easy to see. I can see why they used this model, you know, to represent this principle. Though I see this tree as being inverted left to right. I don't know if you guys see that. To me, it seems like it's the left to right. It should be the other way, because we work from right to left. But anyway, we'll just imagine that we are now looking at the tree from behind the tree, as opposed to looking at the tree from the front of the tree. Does that make sense to you, what I'm saying? Indy, I hope I'm making sense, brother.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because normally you're looking at the tree from the front. Now we're looking at the tree from behind. And so we've got 1, 2, and 3 at the top. That represents the primordial state of being, right? From a shamanic perspective, we're talking about, and this all ties into shamanism too. From a shamanic perspective, we're talking about the spiritual divine plane, which in Kabbalistic sense, we're talking about the fundamental state of reality called Atzilut. And in Vedic cosmology, we're talking about the causal plane, the causal field, which represents a triad. And so that is the divine triad, the upper triad. And then we see again, there's a reflection happening, that this divine triad is reflecting itself across a veil. The veil we could loosely consider as knowledge. And across this hidden knowledge veil, we find the astral, the true astral plane. They call it the emotional field, but I consider the emotional field and the astral field to be one and the same, where I consider the etheric field and the mental thinking principles to be one and the same. And I'll get into that in a minute. So we're then looking at the 4, the 5, and the 6, where 1 is reflecting itself into 6. And we see this relationship between the 3 and the 2 inverting to project polarities, where wisdom manifests as judgment and intelligence, which isn't the best thing, I would say understanding. Understanding represents reflecting, sorry, you see they've changed the words here. 3 is related to understanding, which relates to mercy and compassion and empathy, these divine feminine attributes expressed by the divine masculine, in the same way as the divine masculine attributes of wisdom expressed by the divine feminine. So we then have 5 as an expansion of this 2, and 4 as an expansion of this 3 beneath the veil of knowledge. And we have 1 as the perfect unity expressing itself as beauty beneath the veil, the unmanifest veil. And so here we have the second triad forming, which is a 4, 5, and 6 triad, right? And obviously 4, 5 plus 6 is equal to 6, right? 1, 2 plus 3 is equal to 6. And then we have this third triad, which is once again the beauty of the self, of the ego, being projected into the persona, the foundation of being that we find ourselves moving through. As a 9, the persona then becomes an expression of number 6 beneath the veil of etheric and astral emanations. And so this then gets reflected, the beauty, which also represents the harmony, and the harmony that is the heart of love, is reflected beneath into the 9, the Yeshort sphere. And the 5, which is judgment, which is the soul of wisdom, is projected into 7 to become that spirit of victory, that expression of that personal victory. That 7 represents what we were talking about, self-discovery. And that's where you find victory over all things. Because when you know who you are, that's total victory over everything. The 4, the dynamic 4, like we were showing on the Enneagram, reflected across the sphere of 6, is expressed as glory. And glory is like one of those strange words. There are other words that could define that sphere. Probably better. But that reflects the ability to be able to bring all of these elements into being. And this represents that fundamental state of knowledge that is maturing in a dynamic way, where 4 is expressing this. The understanding of 3 is being tempered by 4, the Mazloth. This is the sphere of the Mazloth is the macrocosm. And the macrocosm is transcribing this into the 8. And the 8 represents that powerful mental ability to balance the spiritual and the physical elements, which is the intellect, which is the rational potential that is able to carry this intelligence, which we've written here. But I would say that is intelligence is probably better put here, where glory is. And understanding is better put here. And that understanding is bound by the memory of 4, which is also mercy, and also that ability to keep all things in mind, shall we say, not to forget, to be aware of the fundamental structure. So you then have this 7, 8, and 9, which once again is 15 plus 9, which is 24. So we've got 6, 6, and 6 working its way out here. And so that's quite interesting, you know. When we put this into context, right, we then see we have these 3 triangles that are bringing the energy into number 10. And 10 then becomes the completion of these 3 spheres. So you could say that the 7, the 8, and the 9 represents the mental sphere of activity. And that mental sphere of activity, we relate to thought objects, Yetzirah, plane of being, the underworld of the shaman, right? Thought objects. The emotional plane of the astral plane, which is the 4, 5, and 6 triad, then represents this elemental union between the divine and the underworld, which holds this notion of 6 primary to itself, in the same way that the underworld holds the notion of 9 as primary to itself. And the 1, which is the fundamental structure of unity, is expressed through 3. So 3 holds the potency and the potential of the supernal triad, bringing us the 3, the 6, and the 9, with all of their numerations adding up to 666. So there's this really interesting little map that we see here, and we can see the 666 being mapped out quite well when we look at this diagram here, right? The 1, the 2, and the 3 is 6, the 7, the 8, and the 9 is 6, and the 4, the 5, and the 6 is 6, right? But then we also see that there's this different relationship that when we take it into account as a polarized system, we say 7 plus 9, which is 16, plus 2, which is 18, which is 9. And as the polarized inversion of facing that, we have 1 plus 3, which is 4, plus 8, which is 2, which is 12, which is 3. 3, 6, and then, 3, 9, on the nib of the green triangular point of a rising energy, and 3 on the descending current of the triad, right? And this polarity being bound by the 4, 5, 6, which represents 6. It can only be 6. So this is really interesting, showing this fundamental relationship between 5 and 5 and 6 in this way. So yeah, I mean, that's quite a mouthful. Namaste, quantum portal. How are you? You're staying in the bubble of supracausal non-triality truth where you've been holding since 1976. No numbers exist there, and love already won. It really won. 369 times 963. Reverse engineering, no thing. Big love. 999 Omnivision. Namaste, Esme. I didn't see Esme yet. Where's Esme? There you go. Namaste, Esme. How are you doing? Welcome to the show. I hope you guys are all having an absolutely good time. Hope I'm not being too obvious. Tell me, you guys in the chat, what do you think? What are your ideas? Because this is such a broad sphere. Do you have any questions? Do you have any ideas? Do you have any thoughts? Do you have any thing you want to add on the table to keep us flowing into a new fable till we can say we feel like a horse, all happy and glued, sitting in a stable, happy as a little baby in a cradle? Yeah. I know I'm not a good rapper. Give me a break. I sound like I escaped from the 60s. I know. I've heard that before.
It's fun.
Zeus and Atlas. Third Eye Atlas. Oh my gosh. That's a whole story, isn't it? Yeah. I was talking to my girlfriend earlier about that. And you know, I was talking about the Black Knight. Have you followed the work, the story about the Black Knight? Yeah, the Black Knight satellite.
Yeah.
And it was discovered in the 50s, right? I think it was
Yeah.
discovered in like 1954 by like a Air Force by the US Air Force, right?
Yeah. Sounds right.
And it was decided to be an object, right? And nobody was able to debunk it. And then they came up with some clever theory in 1998 by some guy who says he debunked it. And everybody was like, okay, that's it, done, debunked. Right? How can
Yeah.
I practically apply these number patterns to personal life? Or did I miss that in the... That's a good question. How can you apply these? I think how we apply these is, numbers, right? How did Tesla apply them? This is going to be a wacky answer. Tesla would namaste, back, Cosmic brother. Welcome back, brother.
Hello.
Are you all good?
I'm good.
Yeah, so Tesla applied them like this. Before he walked into a building, he would walk around that building, around the block containing the building 3 times. Symbolic of Feng Shui. Yeah? So I think that's a bit of a clue. Does that make sense, Hollowbone Hawk? Like these principles would be applied to Feng Shui, for example, and observing how these numerical patterns and structures are operating through your home, through your space. They would become like a fundamental way to understand the circulation of energy, like what you were talking about earlier, Indy, the one side of the chi working with its 6 and the other side of the chi working with 9.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And
it has the element of 3. If you add the number of 12 from the bottom, whether it be a yin and yang, it reduces to 3. And the 3 is also one of the 3 numbers. And on the top, it comes to 18, which adds up to 9. And 9 is also one of the 3 numbers. But the bottom adds up to 12, which if you divide 18 and 12 as a ratio, comes to 9 and 6. So the bottom can represent 6 and 3. Oh, I think you're muted, Franklin.
sorry, I muted myself and I forgot. I was just going to add to that, Hollowbone Hawk. I think also when it comes to language and calculating the meaning of words, like let's say one wants to find the true meaning of a word, and one doesn't want to have to go by what other people have told. One wants to discover it for oneself. Then one would map out the numbers on the Enneagram. One would map out the numbers of the word. One would look at the particular number and one would draw associations with other words. This is like Gematria. Then there are notikran. There's other ways of permuting these numbers to create new words. So using those principles, we can also sort of backward engineer other words and gain like a more full understanding of the meaning of a word, which on a psychological level will give us a certain sense of power when it comes to words. So words we will not be victim to words. We will be able to control our own mental body. And so the neuro-linguistic programming would be a little bit less effective against us when people use unconscious or conscious NLP techniques whether they're aware of it, whether not, whether the media is using NLP techniques in advertising. We should have a better resistance to neurolinguistic programming if we have this base understanding of number, as it relates to the breath and how the breath relates to this particular process. And I think the breath, I mean, gosh, we talk about numbers. I think we need to talk about the breath. Dark side of the moon. The eagle has landed. Sample. Quantum, you still making new tracks. Good on you, man. Love the Q portal. The eagle has definitely landed. Yeah, the breath is interesting, yeah? Because we have within the breath, we have a polarity of 3, yeah? We have active inhalation, active exhalation, and then active rest between the 2 breaths. So that is a structure of 3, right? Then, ours is for an interesting concept. Within the inhalation, we have the deep hara breath, which is the expansion of the abdominal cavity. Then we have the second expansion of the rib cavity. And then we have the third expansion of the upper rib cage happening with each breath. So the in-breath consists of 3 parts. Then the out-breath consists of the same, of releasing and allowing it to contract and allowing the inside to push upwards to remove the CO2. So we've got 3 parts on an in-breath and 3 parts on an out-breath, right? And then we have the point of rest between the in-breath and the out-breath, and the point of rest between the out-breath and the in-breath. And so that's quite an interesting perspective when we start to understand that, because then these 2 points of rest between the in and the out, even though they are individual points of rest, also become a third point of rest, fundamental point of rest, which is a result of the rest between the in-breath and the out-breath, and the rest between the out-breath and the in-breath. So you then have an Enneagram forming of 9 potential acts during the point of breathing. And the 9th point of breathing becomes that poised consciousness, which is that total rest of consciousness within the process of breathing, which is reflected in the emptiness of the breath and the fullness of the breath as a yang and a yin. And the Tao becomes that rest of the rest within positive and negative resting, full and empty. So you've got 3 stages of rest, 3 stages of in-breath, and 3 stages of out-breath, making it a 9. But you have fundamentally in-breath and out-breath, right? Which is the yang-yin polarity. And that polarity is bound by the 3rd point, which is the rest between them, which is the triangle. So you've got the 3 and the 9 reflected in the principle of breathing. And the 6 is the harmony between the 2. So the harmony between the 2 becomes the harmony between in-breath and the harmony between out-breath. The 3 stages of in-breath and the 3 stages of out-breath, when they start to align each other. In other words, I'm breathing in a certain amount of time and energy, breathing out, breathing in, expanding the bottom, expanding the outer, expanding the top, and there's a certain amount of time and energy that I've taken out of the cosmos. And then the out breath is the same 3 stages, which wants to be in regular or regulation of harmony with that. So you can't breathe in for 15 seconds and breathe out for 1 second. Breathe in for 15 seconds, breathe out for 1 second. Breathe in. That's going to create a dissonance. If you are getting into a deep meditative state, you will end up regulating your breath to the point where they start to meet each other halfway. And so that meeting halfway between the 3 inhales and the 3 exhales, let's call them that, the 3 stages of inhalation and the 3 stages of exhalation, is the hexagram of breathing. And that hexagram of breathing, within the center of that hexagram, holds that point of origin, which is within itself a triangle. And so, I mean, you can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. So that's what I'm seeing this triangle represent, right? Within this, I'm seeing this triangle represent within this negative space here of this downward pointing triangle, these 3 triangles around it. So it's quite interesting. I mean, there are a lot of different ways of conceptualizing it. So, for example, to like go back to Hollowbone Hawk's question, this knowledge can apply to how you breathe. This knowledge can apply to understanding the meanings of words. This knowledge can apply to the numbers of your home, which are healthy numbers for you. Understanding your particular body makeup. If your instincts and intuition, if they are untuned by a world of untuning mechanisms, then you can calculate with knowledge what kind of foods you should be taking in for the sustenance of your body. Now, to some people, this seems like it's so obvious, like just follow your intuition and your instinct. But some people, or a lot of people, have had their intuition and their instinct severely robbed from them because they went to university, right? You and I are both lucky. We didn't go to university. So we never had our intuition robbed from us. But a lot of people did, right? They got to you like, okay. Sorry, yeah?
I went to the university.
I think people's intuition gets robbed way before they go into the university. It's the high school level when they really lose their intuition, in my opinion.
No, you're right. But they drop the hammer when you're in university. Like they really drop that hammer hard. Like that's like they put the nail like 80% in, right? But it's that last couple of twacks that really, you know, when you're nailing wood together, it's that last 2 or 3 shots that really seals the deal. And you're a unique case, Indy, because like you basically like you got sense drilled into your head, right?
Yeah, I went to the university and I questioned everything too much, so they kicked me out of everywhere. Like they kicked me out of the hard sciences. There's you can't question anything. You just need to learn this stuff. And then I went to art school and I'm colorblind. They're like, you don't belong here. You know, they kicked me out of there. So I ended up in behavioral sciences and stuff. And I always questioned things. I was the guy in class that was like, but what about this? And they're like, that's not on the curriculum. Just shut up. I just wanted to know everything. So I didn't really go along with things. I was like the skeptic and like, what isn't there more? What are we missing here? And I knew there was always more. And so I learned so much more after the university, after I left. I got the ability to do good research there. And I've used that to do my own research. So it's paid off in that sense. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, brother, I think you're one of the lucky ones. Most people go to university and they come out with a degree, and that degree is now a career, and now they're stuck. And like they have a midlife crisis when they turn like 50s. Holy crap, what have I done with my life? Oh no, I wasted my life. I wasn't even enjoying it, you know? Isn't that like the average?
I ended up using it to bring insight to my service, to humanity as a shaman, my community, you know. So like it's a calling that I have. It's something that I'm going to do. It's not something I'm going to necessarily seek money from, although I could become a certified Jungian therapist, a shadow work at some point in my life potentially. But you know, it's been like really helpful for me in so many other ways. Like when I do moving jobs are extremely stressful for all parties and stuff, especially when the boss is like having a hard time getting all the paperwork right and stuff or whatever. So as a therapist, I go in there and I turn it all around for everybody, and they're like, you know, giving ranting reviews, and they're like giving us good tips, and I turn like a rough scenario into like a perfect scenario, just by being able to work with like understanding, trying to deal with people's situations, because a lot of times the people I work with and typical movers will just say, oh, we can't do that, that's not part of the job, we got to stick to what we're doing. I'll go out of the way and say, oh yeah, I'll help you with doing something you need done, like you guys really need that done, huh? And they really appreciate that kind of stuff. So that kind of attentiveness and making people feel heard and understood really goes a long way. And I work for a lot of bosses that are like really hard to work with, so most people like are out of there, but I have job security that way, and so they see in me that like I have what they have. I have like situation where I'm a little bit have you know, anger management issues somewhat, and I've learned to deal with them, but sometimes it'll come out, and so they can like relate to me, and I'll show them like, you know, I used to like have this a lot worse, and this is what I've done, you know. So but I don't ever try to tell them like you need to do this, because you know, with a hot-headed person, it's just always going to backfire, you know. They don't like being told what to do. So but it's interesting, I learned so many insights of like taking more of an indirect course, which is more of like a yin path, to being able to integrate the subtle feminine aspects of not being just a macho guy and just tell people you should do this is, you're doing it wrong, you know. But instead of like having that kind of a direct approach, I could take more of an indirect approach, and it could be more effective because it's a little bit sneakier, you know. But it's with good intentions. It's a good thing for compassionate purposes, you know, to help people get along better and feel better in their day and stuff, and have better relations with others and learn insights and stuff. I think that's really powerful for a lot of people. I needed that in my life and stuff, but I didn't find it until I got like a sponsor, going into support groups and stuff. But I kind of just try to be like a sponsor to people, not for sobriety necessarily, although that's another thing that I do. See, when people meet me, they oftentimes will try to get away from drinking and stuff for a little, because I think a lot of people they do certain things because it's kind of socially social lubrication. It's kind of a socially kind of pushed on people, and it helps them connect with others in some ways. But after a while, people start to realize that even though this is something I'm doing to fit in, what am I really fitting into? Am I getting any like really good friends out of this? Is this a good scene? And a lot of times people reflect and think, no, you know what? No, I need to find people outside of this scene. And I've been through that myself. You know, I've been stuck in kind of like the bar scene group and circles and stuff, and was able to finally change my life and get into new circles. And it's like night and day. But you know, with that comes a little solitude and stuff, but it's always part of the journey of self-awakening, when you start to change your diet and lifestyle, and change your way of doing things and seeing the world, to be able to turn over a new leaf, which oftentimes only really comes when you have to change. But and God bless those that can do that without hitting rock bottom or being in a near death scenario or something of the sort. But to be able to have solitude during those times, which usually comes with it as you've kind of changed your lifestyle, you now have to find a new circle of friends and peers and things. That can be a beneficial time. It's not necessarily like a fun time to go through the initial stages of transformation and self-awakening, but it's well worth it. And so all the suffering that it takes to go through whatever cans of worms you have from stuffed emotions and things, and starting to deal with those, being able to do that at some point in your life is the sooner the better, you know. And so some people leave that till their deathbed, and even at that point, it's worth taking a stab at it. And there's a book by a Russian author called "I'm Terrible," where he was a terrible judge and was just taking his wrath out on people, projecting his own inner demons out on the world as a judge, and sending a lot of people to their doom, laughing at them. And he regretted all of his life decisions at his deathbed, and was able to like recover his soul, so to speak, from not being awakened, not being understanding of the inner self. That and a lot of times when we have these awakenings, we realize that we're not really as rational and kind as we thought we were. Oftentimes we'll start to realize that it was easier to blame somebody else to be the bad guy. Well, we were doing something of our own that we were failing to realize and in denial of. So as much as it sounds like a flowery situation, it can be very trying. So I always tell people, if you're going to try to engage in self-mastery, make sure it's the right time in your life. And if it feels like you need to wait, that's a good thing sometimes. We got to wait for the motivation within to go through those difficult stages in order to transform. It's easy, like anything, to quit once you start, but it's something that once you begin, it's more behooving to be able to bring to a close and stick with it and be thorough. But sometimes you have to throw in the towel and wait for a time in your life when you have the time of solitude, when you have the ability to go through the trials and the difficulties of mastering yourself without having whatever kind of comforts that you used to use to mask your difficulties. But for me, it's been a really beautiful experience, and people oftentimes will tell me, like, you're so smiley all the time and cheery, and I've never really thought of myself that way because I was always so depressed in my life before. And so it's a time in my life now where I'm starting to see that the habits of depression are starting to lift from me. Even though the depression has gone, I'm starting to take on new habits in my life and become a new person. I was never really like a cheery person until now. And my health has blossomed as well as I've been able to do my mental and emotional mastery of self. It's helped my body has been relieved from many different conditions that I had as a result. So there's that aspect too, which is really amazing and pretty astounding, actually. But I don't know if it really should be. It's like a weight lifts off your chest when you go through that kind of experience. So with all that weight being lost, you start to gain a freedom.
Amen, brother. So true. And timing is so much the thing, isn't it? Like the time for, and if we look at a clock, right? So a clock has got it's got something interesting going on if you look at it. Like you got your 24 hours, right? And
12.
You've got your consistent moving forward through these scales of time of cycles of 60, 24, and it's always 666. So it's always focused on that, the harmony between these extremes of before and after. I think you could relate to like the harmony of 6, which is Venus, is the harmony of knowing what's the right thing to do. They say that Venus is related to tact, and Libra is probably the most perfect expression of tact in the zodiac. I think it's because of that 6 that Venus brings to the table that gives it that impetus to always sit between the extremes of 3 and 9. because that seems to be the extremes. 3, 9, 9, 3. 3 is a complete expansion. 9 is bringing that into action. But the expansion is a mental one. So, the difference between a mental expansion and a physical action is quite a big difference if you take it into account. Cosmic, brother, are you eating a sandwich or are you with us?
I'm just listening.
I was curious for you to bring up that diagram that you always bring up of your scales of your. It's basically your alphabet as well, isn't it? But it's the different elements of being, all the different zirfax. Yeah.
Oh, is that the one with the colors or like a rainbow one?
Yeah.
Or... Oh, yeah.
The one that you bring up most.
Right.
I bet you we're going to see
see
369 written all over it.
Now, do they have like groupings? Is there like a pairing of them or like a little trinity, various ones?
Linear.
The thing is, this system is more base 4 than it is base 3, which is interesting because they always talk about things emanating from different levels of 4. So it's a lot of like 1, then it splits into 4, then it splits into 16, 64, 256. It kind of follows that sort of numerological trajectory when it comes to dealing with these concepts and ideas.
So not that far from like hexadecimal breakdown. 16 base.
Throw the image at us whenever you've got it ready, dear brother.
Oh yeah, I gotta pull that up. Let me get that there for screen.
Copy and paste.
And there we go.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, so basically the idea is that these are essentially different layers of being and awareness. So these are kind of different triations of being, which is sort of like more just kind of like bodily awareness or just the consciousness of just pure unsentient physical objects. Whereas the other side, this is the representation of pure awareness in absence of being. So just kind of like disembodied consciousness, disembodied voices. So you start out on one side, which is sort of this disembodied awareness, whereas on the other side, you have this pure being that's sort of devoid of awareness. And when these two forces come together, that's when the self is essentially created. So you have, so with each successive layer, being incorporates new levels of awareness. So Ajo has a certain level of just kind of pure being, but when it moves over to Sheyu, that level of being starts to become slightly more self-aware, and then it becomes even more aware than when it enters the Klinizo frequency. And then you go to the organic Cathadio, and it's almost like the awareness is just as prevalent as the being until you get over to this threshold of the self. So that's kind of basically what this chart essentially means. It just kind of shows the general sort of progression of how these two kind of forces of consciousness intersect with each other. It's basically the idea.
The Klinisto keeps changing. It's like it turns from Klinisto to something else. Is it supposed to do that?
I don't think so.
I feel like it might be an illusion. Oh, it's like blurry. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's the font is with the it's white. It's CLNIZTHO. And even like it's weird because I've kind of made a discovery with this language that the way it's spelled, the way these things are spelled, these letters, it's not so much how you pronounce it that's the guide, but for some reason it creates a magical effect when you write it on paper. So if you take a word, let's say for example like book, and you change that to fit the spelling of this alphabet, it then has the same magical effect as you would writing it down in symbol form. So there's that aspect to it as well. And so the idea is that, so with Cathadio, that represents the consciousness of pure organic things. So like plants, single-celled organisms, animals, purely like cellular life. And then you have Clinitho, which is the yellow frequency. This represents the awareness of sort of crystalline structures or more kind of intelligent, structured forms of matter and atoms and so forth. Then you have Sheu. This is just kind of pure, raw physical energy, raw, pure, just like not really structured matter, but just kind of the raw building blocks. And then Ajo represents pure information. So the idea is you have this progression of something starting out as like pure information, which would be like a symbol, for example, like a sort of a placeholder that's, that like the number 4 would be like the literal number 4 in your mind would be something in Ajo awareness. So then there's like, so you have that level of awareness with like pure information, but then when that information starts to generate energy, say in a symbol, or it has some kind of symmetrical geometric shape, or that energy then starts to get to the next level of Sheu, and it creates an energetic resonance, right? And then that energetic resonance starts to form into matter and solidity, which then that solidity then forms into Clinitho, which forms into crystals and crystalline structures. And that crystalline structure then creates organic matter, and that organic matter becomes the vessel to create to have a place for the individual self or soul. And you see that there's a similar process reflected on the other side. This is more the astral aspect of consciousness. So then you have Zethizathu, the pink frequency, which represents kind of just pure, unadulterated, selfless kind of awareness. Then when you get to the Vethuzatho level, you start to get to more specific like groupings like masculine, feminine, Martian, Venusian, et cetera, et cetera. Then Bhavitha represents sort of archetypical forms, stories, et cetera, sort of characters, archetypes. And then Raslithiu kind of represents that pure kind of like sense of felt presence or awareness, the kind of the felt presence of like a soul. So like when you, so to think of Cathadio, like let's say you're with a person, right? And you're kind of getting into them. Cathadio represents kind of the physical intimacy of feeling their body and feeling their worth. Whereas Raslithiu is the felt presence you get from feeling their eye contact, staring at you into your being, really feeling like this is another person, another consciousness that's looking back at me through the eyes. This is sort of the consciousness of Raslithiu, the awareness. And it's when both of these two things intersect each other and go back, then you have the area for the self to manifest itself. And that's basically, I would say, what this chart is sort of trying to represent and imply, because it's kind of like it goes back and forth. So you go to Ajo, then you go all the way over to Zethizathu, then you pong back to orange, then to purple, then you pin back to yellow. It's like it's a shorter interval each time. So the Clinitho, that, and then you're just kind of like, until it's at the center like this, and it's just like that pure energetic resonance. So most model of consciousness, it usually like will only regard one of these sides. So we'll say everything comes from this, and the self comes from that. So this would be kind of like a more materialist model where everything comes from being and sort of evolves into consciousness via an emergent property. Whereas the more a spiritual model saying that we are just pure awareness and that matter is essentially illusion would say that consciousness essentially starts here, and that, this is pure consciousness, and this over here, this is an illusion. Contrary, the atheist materialist would say this is the only thing that's real, and this over here, this side, this is the delusion. And my system is basically what it's doing is it's incorporating both of these dimensions as aspects of consciousness. So you have the being aspect of consciousness, which is found in matter and physical and objects and bodies. And then you have pure awareness, which represents just pure, perception, consciousness, awareness. And it's these two contingencies which allow for true individual self-awareness. So I think that in a nutshell is a pretty good explanation for what this chart is, what it represents, and more or less what it means.
Do you know what I heard you saying?
What?
I heard you saying 3 and 6. And I just want to figure out what the 9 is. I noticed you've got these 8 colors around the self.
Yeah.
8 dots. So the 8 dots would be incorporated into the 9th entity, which is the self.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So there we've got the 9. So how's that for a head trip? I see 369 being expressed here. Can I share it with you?
Go ahead.
So Aho, right, is pure information. It's like the database, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And in a way, I can't read that word because it's
Yeah,
I can't see the actual pink writing. It's very difficult to see on my screen. Maybe if
it's faint. I apologize for that.
No, that's volume.
Yeah. Change. They keep moving.
Yeah, that's Zethizathu.
Gazizathu. Now, Gazizathu, to me, wow, when I do that, it's really bright on my eyes. When I see that to me seems like it's almost similar. It's a database, but it's not a database of physicality. It's a database of mentality. Would that be a good way of looking at it?
It's more abstract. It's more like, images and sensations and feelings without any kind of like symbol. There's not a sense of language like attached to it in the same way like so you think about it, Ajo is language without images, and then Zethizathu would be images without language. Like, oh, that's kind of interesting. We're actually learning more stuff about this system by sort of exploring and teasing it out. So please continue.
So like those two are like a polarity of each other in a way, like physical and non-physical. But it's the same thing, but it's on a different level of being.
Yeah, exactly.
Does that make sense? Like internal, out, external. Then I'm seeing that there are 3 stages of activity. You got the purple set of activity, which is like, dare I say the word concept? Or no, more idea. It's more an idea. Concept is more the indigo, isn't it? It's becoming more formed.
Yeah.
And then that becomes more structured in the blue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the idea
It's
is that
form.
Think of it like this, like when it's like it's kind of the same way you have like the red is sort of like a big wavelength, and the wavelength gets smaller as it goes up in color. Think of it like that, but also going in this direction. Well, so Ajo is kind of like big, stretched out, like red levels of awareness. Then each one, when you go up, so then orange, it's like you got sort of like medium-sized bubbles. So think of it like this. It's like you got one big red bubble of awareness, and then that splits into 4 orange ones, and then each one of the 4 orange ones splits into 4 yellow, and then each of those yellow splits into 4 green, and the same thing, you start at like 1, 4, 16, 64. And if you think of it like, so the idea is it starts from here, the awareness is more collectivized, and with each successive level, that awareness becomes more individualistic, more distinct. So Sheyu is more distinct from Ajo. Likewise, in the same way, Vithuzatho is more distinctive and less collectivistic than Zethizathu, and Bavitha is less collectivistic of Vithuzatho. So that when you get to the center, think of this as like a valley where it's like Ajo and Zethizathu are like the peaks of the side of the valley, and the self is sort of the river at the bottom where everything kind of funnels into.
That's a beautiful symbol. And so what I'm seeing here is that like the red and the pink are just the thing, what it is. But all of the activity to become is between orange, yellow, and green. Orange is the structuring of that in terms of becoming energetic polarities. And then the structuring of that energetic polarities to form nodes for crystallization is one a more advanced action than orange's action, if you want to use advanced in towards like advancing towards material. And then the green is advancing those crystalline forms to create atoms, take those atoms and form molecules, right?
Mhm.
And so the act of forming molecules, or the act of forming crystals, or the act of forming polarities of energy, represented by orange, yellow, and green. Red just is. It's like red is where all of that comes out of. And red is sort of the palette, no? and the palette is used for those three activities. And then I look on the other side and I see the pink is like the inner palette. And then the violet takes that polarities of mind potential, that there can be differentiation of thought. And then that differentiation of thought goes to the next stage where it crystallizes as like concepts, right?
Mhm.
And those concepts then in the blue stage becomes like proper thought objects.
Yeah,
astral
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you've got three principles, and I'm seeing those two as a hexagram. 3 points on a hexagram, 3 points on a hexagram, and the pink and the red are the one triangle and the one triangle. Does that make sense? So there's like a red triangle and there's a pink triangle, and they're pointing in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
And then the pink triangle has one side that does one thing, which you could say is orange, and another side that does something else that's yellow, and another side that does molecular life, but it's all coming from that red base triangle within that sphere of triangle.
Mm-hmm.
And the other, so I'm seeing a hexagram here forming, which is 6, but I'm also seeing that the orange obviously being related to the purple in the way that yellow is related to indigo, in the way that green's related to blue. These are like fingers like this. So I see those as being like dimensional octaves of each other. So I'm seeing these three fundamental principles, one set of the principles on the physical, one set of the principles on the internal, spiritual, if you would use that word.
Right.
But it's as above, so below. The same concept. So I'm seeing that the three principles there and the three principles there are the same principles. They're just applied in a different sphere of being, if that makes sense, of differentiation. Right. And so I'm seeing the number 3 talking to me. Then I'm seeing the 6 of the hexagram, and I'm seeing that coming together in completion around the self, which is all 8 of these elements bound around this, the 9th element, which is the self. So to me, I'm seeing 369 here, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that makes sense. Like,
yeah.
I hope, like, it's an interesting way of looking at it.
I guess I never really kind of used the self as kind of like being sort of like the 9th polarity, but I guess when you make it into like a 9, you can kind of structure this thing in a kind of a triangular sort of whatever that triangle fractal sort of fashion is.
And it's even the symbol of it is a triangle within a triangle.
Yeah, it represents sort of the 2 polarities. So it's like one triangle is like one side and one triangle is the other side. Because I think the way I've been thinking about consciousness lately, it's like when you split everything into Zerfaxes, there's a clear distinction that like I have the Zerfax that I exist in, which is my physical Zerfax, the world of the 5 senses, this sort of this bubble, this sphere. Because you kind of like you look at the sky and you look at sort of like as being like the edge of the membrane of a sphere. But my imagination, my third eye, is like a completely different sphere of its own, right? So there's the sphere of what I see in front of with my eyes, but there's also the Zerfax sphere I see in my mind's eye. So whatever I'm imagining, whatever visual images I'm thinking about, whatever, songs are in my head. So it's like you see existence as being in two bubbles at once, right? And so that's kind of what the two triangles represent. So it's like there's one plane of existence, and another plane of existence sort of existing within it. So that seems to be what this the symbol, the Zerfax, spelled AIE, represents here. Is the sort of, and then each of the nodes of consciousness are represented by the points on the triangle. So there's there's Kuth, which is that's the fifth dimension. I mean, the five sense sort of self. Then there's the masculine Zith, which is the Zerfax where you see your mental images and your mind's eye. And then there's the gate node, which is the third one, which relates to the sort of the emotional coloring of one's existence. So, whether you feel happy or sad or what your internal vibe feels like for that day is like a Zerfax of itself as well. And the idea is the Zerfax is kind of the reality where all three of these Zerfaxal experiences intersect as sort of one singular experience for the individual. So that's kind of what this symbol represents in that realm. And these levels of awareness the idea is that they're kind of necessary sort of pillars or steps in order to create the full thing. So you can't have, so think of it like these are built upon layers. Cathadio is built on top of Klenizo. Klenizo is on top of Sheyu. And these are sort of the layers of consciousness within it that lead up to this. So Cathadio has the three colors existing before in it, but Klenizo only has Sheyu and Ajo within it. And then when it gets to a new level, it then morphs into this. So it's like you have Ajo, then you have Ajo, and then Sheyu with Ajo beneath it. Then you have Klenizo with Sheyu and Ajo beneath that. And so by having all 8 of these frequencies, you have the complete sort of sense of self. And one of the things I figured out with this chart is I wanted to track, where does artificial intelligence manifest itself? So I thought about, so if you think about artificial intelligence, first you have the information level, which is just Ajo, the programming. Then you have the fact that it's like, there's electricity, there's moving parts, it's animated. There's the Sheyu dimension of consciousness. Then because you recognize that AI is based on, circuits, crystalline, quartz and silicon computer chips, then you get to the Klenizo level. But because it's not organic, it lacks the Cathadio dimension. So the AI, it doesn't have this green level of awareness. So because of that, it never truly gets an actual individual self. So it doesn't complete this process of individuation, which I find is kind of interesting. And the thing is with Klenizo, it's like no matter how much you complexify the Klenizo, it can never reach the level of Cathadio unless you introduce Bavitha or Slithio. So in order for Klenizo to get to Cathadio, it has to get a reflection from one of these frequencies over here, which is what the AI is not necessarily completing that process. And because it doesn't complete that process, that's why it doesn't have feeling. That's why it doesn't have a sense of emotional center, because it's just pure kind of intellectual crystalline intelligence. It doesn't have that organic Cathadio level of awareness. And that's why it doesn't lend itself to being a self. So I find that with this chart, you can actually figure out how much of an awareness level an object or phenomenon has based on where it fits within this particular progression.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. There we go. So we've got Obi-Wan Kenobi, Shinobi. Toby Shinobi. How are you doing there, brother? Shinobi has come to join us. He's also got a what name are you going at the moment? Because you've got a YouTube channel. It gets confusing. Which YouTube channel are you using?
Systematic Zoo, but I'm gonna create another one called General Shinobi. Systematic Zoo for now. I just thought it might be easier.
Why did you just
I
change
go
the
by
name
General-
of Systematic Zoo to General Shinobi?
Well, the thing is, I wanted to start a podcast called Systematic Zoo, but when I go on podcasts, I don't want to be Systematic Zoo. I want to be General Shinobi. So yeah, I may well just change the name to General Shinobi.
And then have a show called Systematic Zoo in General
have an-
Shinobi's channel.
I'll have another YouTube called Systematic Zoo because I have a book and a ton of research I want to share. So I'm just a ball of chaos, really. So
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll work it out. But if you want to check out my YouTube, it's Systematic Zoo for now.
It's in the recommended list of channels. Namaste, welcome, dear brother. He's a researcher. He's writing a cool book. It sounds really exciting. I don't want to spill the beans, but what he's told me about it sounds like a classic sci-fi, satirical look at reality that's quite telling. And he's a great researcher, wonderful brother, father. How was your outing with the kids today, brother?
Yeah, it was good. We've just been at skate parks all day today. Went to
Nice.
outdoor skate park in the morning, and then we went to a Halloween party at an indoor skate park where they were
Nice.
dressed up as scarecrows. Everyone was, yeah, there was
Skateboarding.
yeah, lots of scarecrows skateboarding. But yeah, man, it was good. We were going to go and
scared boarding.
yeah, well, they were scootering as well. They do a bit of both. Bodhi, who's 4, he was 4 in July. He was dropping down some big ramps today. They're all really impressed. Like straight away, he was like down this big one. Never tried it before. The other guys are like, it took us a year to do that. And they're like 10, 12. Yeah, so they had a great time.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Well, welcome, dear brother. And we were breaking down some of the knowledge from Cosmic's system, which is really, really interesting. Seeing so many different ways of his system sort of correlating in different ways. Everything seems to have this 369 in it. It's inescapable. Well, welcome to the conversation. It's an honor to have you here. Big love, big blessings. And how you guys doing in the chat, man? You guys are bringing some interesting concepts there. Quantum portal is portaling out some quantum information. And Chaos, you were telling us that you're a midget. Is that correct? Did I hear you right? You were like, I'm half a midget. I'm half what a midget would be. Were you like 6'8" or 6'8" or something? Is that correct? 6'10". Bloody hell.
Wow.
That's like some severe midgetry going on there, man. 6'10". So basically you bump your head when you walk into a house, right? That's like some severe a 6'10" midget. Like you gotta like duck your head. Dude, if you tried walking in my home, you'd probably bump your head. Well, big love, man. Shiva demolition expect. Dynamite. Yeah, man. Dynamite. Yeah, so if you mind with the 369 and the 963 and how the 3 and the 9 becomes 6 and the 6 and the 9 and the 3396639. I wish we could do like a little cheerleader dance, but it's tricky.
Yeah, the 369 has really helped me come up with a few different frameworks of basically kind of structuring a lot of different sort of thought patterns. So I first heard it like Tesla famously said, if you want to understand the universe, think in 369. And I'd just been looking into the Enneagram, and I noticed in the center the middle triangle was 3, 6, and 9. So I haven't really looked at much of the other parts of the Enneagram, but the 3, 6, and 9 really stood out because obviously a pyramid, which it makes, the triangle, means fire in the middle. So I was like, right, okay, the 3, 6, 9 is the pyramid. That's fire in the middle. And then I saw the dollar bill, and I was like, that's a pyramid. That's like the 3, 6, 9. You've got the I at the top. Obviously, the 9th letter is an I, which is interesting because it kind of relates to, I guess, 9 on the Enneagram is Mars. So there it had me thinking of Marduk, because I think there's a story of him being related to the pyramid. I think I've heard he was trapped in the pyramid or something. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But the eye is really interesting because, well, I'll first start off saying 3-eye atlas, because that's a big topic at the moment. 3-eye atlas is a 3, 6, and 9 because you obviously have the 3, the eye is a 9, and then Atlas famously held up the Earth, which is related to the number 6 or the cube. So with 3-eye atlas, you have the 3, 6, and 9 right there. And also it sounds a lot like Third Eye at Last, 3-eye atlas, Third Eye at Last. And it's just turned blue, I think, a day or two ago. So it was red and then or green, and now it's turned blue. So you have like a link with Project Bluebeam as well, which could be a double or triple bluff to try and make us think that this is orchestrated. Who knows? But what's interesting is that the Hopi had a prophecy about a blue star bringing in a new age. So obviously you have new age of Horus, this new epoch, the age of Aquarius, which is an air sign and the water bearer. Like air contains water and water contains air. So I think that this number 9 in the third eye is very important right now. And I'll just share a little graph I've done. I couldn't find another one I did a while ago, so I'll just share this one. This is one I made earlier. Oh, it's back to front. Of course it is. Right. Okay. I don't know how to flip that, so I'm not going to be able to show you that right now. That's annoying. I'll try and describe it as best I can. So on the left side...
Why can't I? Did you share it yet?
Well, I was trying to use my camera, but it's reversed. I don't know how to flip my camera.
Oh, just hit the little wheel at the bottom.
Yep.
There's a little wheel.
Got
Hit
it.
that wheel. Go to camera.
Yep.
Scroll down and mirror my camera.
Yeah, that's on.
Then unmirror my camera.
Unmirror. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, great. Okay. So I do have better diagrams than this, but I just had to draw this one up really quickly. So this has really helped me kind of understand stuff by what I do is I divide it into the left and to the right, to the yin, to the yang, and kind of, I guess, dissolve things and separate and then put them back together, the coagulation. So the 3 is this C, which is to see, and the 3 is related to the Pata, which is red, which is the furthest light spectrum we can see. So it's further, it's the farther. So Pitta Pata, we see patterns. And then the number 6 is an F, which is the frequency, which is the Mutta Matta. So on one side we have the father, the other side is the mother. Pitta Pata, Mutta Matta. One's the father, the other mother. And then the number 9 obviously is an I. And then this looks like the dollar bill as well, where there's 13 steps, which probably relates to memory. Obviously, I know there's 13 families supposedly as well, but I think that to get up here, we need to have memory. We need to, have the current C, which is our gold and water energy. So the number 9 is related to Pluto. 9 in German means no. So you go 9. So that's no. So that is no at the top, which is gnosis. So a balance of the 6 and the 3 is no, which is to know. And gnosis is to know cis, which is the feminine waters, which is our subconscious. So we have to be connected to the I guess if it's the brother and sister, the brother is consciousness and then the sister is subconscious water. Gnosis is to know this part of the self, that is to know thyself. So also in the center, real quick, in the center we have, so this equals an 18, right? 9, 6 and 3 is
I got gnosis.
18, which is 1.
Lol. I got
9,
gnosis from
yeah.
knowing my fairy sisters.
That's the caduceus.
Gnosis is knowing your sister.
No, no, like not figuratively. So yeah, also the code users as well sounds a lot like code users. Who was that saying about knowing your sister?
That was me.
Yeah, well, obviously, like I divide everything. That's what's helped me have. I call it side keys to our psyche. Like there's many keys you get, and the key is knowledge, one side, the masculine, and the intuition is the other side. The knowledge is the fire, is the light, which is the masculine, and then the intuition is the water, the feminine. And then the knowledge is from outside of ourselves, and the intuition is from inside of ourselves. The knowledge is the fire that comes down, pitter patter, like patterns that we recognize. And then the matter is the frequency that we feel, which is the water, which, yeah, could be water sounds like daughter, feminine, sister, feminine, no sis, sounds like no sister. Yeah, so
It's interesting that gnosis story because a triangle is masculine. No sis,
yeah, it's
no
fire.
sister. It's totally masculine.
Right.
So it is no sister. You know? And then the circle, right, would be like the sirs being killed. Right? Circle. Like there's no masculine there. It's pure feminine. So it's quite interesting how we stumble into divine truths through words. They have a beautiful way of doing that. Please continue, brother.
That's a rubbish drawing, but that is this. The fire and the water connecting is the caduceus. And obviously there's a center point there, which is the fire would be the car, which is the air and the fire, the vital life force of the spirit. And then the blue would be the water, the downwards triangle, which is the bar, which is more of that which travels on the water, like when we're dreaming, which is our identity, which is inwards. The blue is inwards, the red is outwards, and they need to both be in balance. These two have to be in balance to have gnosis. You need the knowledge and the intuition. And with the caduceus, it's the same as well. You have 2, but they both make an 8 sort of, and then you have the center, which is the 1, which would be the sun as well, which would be the mother, the father, and the son in the center, and the center is us right in the middle. So yeah, you can have lots of fun with this stuff, just playing around with the words and things, but it's really helped me understand stuff is just using just the 3, 6 and 9 and looking at the dollar bill, and then you have AI as well, which is the dollar bill, and then you have the I, which being the new age of Horus, and then the 9 relating to Mars as well, and Mars being strongly connected to AI and this money magic.
Is it just me, Are you, Indy and Cosmic? Are you also noticing that he cuts out at times, or is it my internet, or is it StreamYard, or can you
I
guys
think
hear
it might be your internet, Franklin, because I noticed your face is kind of like
Okay.
glitching a little bit.
Okay, I thought so. I was just wanted to make sure. Please carry on, brother.
So yeah, I've been making a lot of notes the last couple of days, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. I was hoping to get a little presentation together today, but been really busy, so I haven't been able to do that. So hopefully I'll be able to do that sometime soon. But I've been getting a lot of information recently which relates this AI and the dollar bill, and then this third eye to Mars and Marduk, and our money and currency and our gold being related to water, which we've spoken about before. But with
All right,
money,
'cause I need to get back because I have to. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot I had my mic unmuted.
okay. Yeah, so I'm hoping to record something soon with images and stuff to kind of explain this for people, how using the 369, the pyramid, money and stuff, how it's relating to Mars and Elon Musk, who's pushing this artificial intelligence, that he actually wants to pull Marduk into this realm, which is the artificial intelligence. I think Marduk is obviously is it when you say amen, is that relating to Marduk? Amen, amen. And it's like worship me above all others.
Yeah, Amun was the god of air, and Amun Ra was the god of air combined with the god of creation. But Marduk was the god of the air, storms, and judgment. So combined, they kind of like integrate to create Yahweh, which is a later name, I believe. But they're all very similar, and they're all combined with the air, which it is said biblically that the god of the air is Lucifer. But I think they've demonized. He's basically like projected himself onto a scapegoat, and he is the god of the air. So
yeah, I've heard that Lucifer. Sorry, carry on.
From our understanding of creation coming from the earth, and it shows like creation from the air, like kind of like puts us out to a place where it's beyond our reach. Trying to go back to a place in the heavens to return to our home, whereas that was long ago when we left that home, and our home now is in the earth. In the matriarchal times, there was that the soul and the spirit would go into the earth and then reemerge, just as the sun goes under the earth and reemerges. But the patriarchal view is more that the spirit or soul goes out and then returns back in. It's all very like much related to the process of the sexual organs. So like when the matriarchal view was being held, it was about going in and through, and the masculine view is shooting up and out. So there's that aspect has been kind of flipped on its head. And so Marduk flipped the whole script of all of the different stories and basically put himself as the protagonist of many of the stories, renamed Nibiru after himself, Nibiru being the great destroyer. And so all of these gods progressively are warmongers, slave mongers, and misogynists. Marduk was the first to break from the matriarchy to actually, instead of become a concubine or a consort rather of a goddess, he chose to take human slave brides. And so by doing that, he created the fall of the matriarchy after killing Tiamat, the mother of all the goddesses. And so he's known as Amun Ra, having created the secret cult of Amun Ra that took the high priestesses and turned them into temple prostitutes by the advent of gold as currency, and tricked them into becoming defiled when they were actually the leaders of the spiritual temples. And then as Yahweh, that continued on, where the women were not allowed to hold priesthood and such.
Yeah, man, they've made God further, like the Father, sounds a lot like further. When
Yeah.
God, we're in it and a part of it, but they've separated us from it by saying it's further. But really, God is the matter, it's the mother, it's the womb in which we're in. Like, this is a place to grow. Whereas really, they've made us despise this realm, and they're making us want to leave this place. They're making this world as unbearable as possible for some people, so that people want to go into their metaverse, into their digital realm, which would be yet another loop, potentially one reality to rule us all, rather than us tapping into alternate realities. It's just one digital, programmable, digital identity, digital dreaming, digital bar, the part which dreams. They want to program everything. It seems that the energy or entity that they're trying to bring in does seem a lot like Marduk, because it seems at the moment there's or Ahriman, it seems that there's the gods aren't here right now. I mean, people have been disconnected from them. They may well be here, but what they've done is they've tricked people into thinking there's just one God. So people don't believe in God at all, because that whole notion is obviously ridiculous. So when you say God, people are like, yeah, I don't believe in God. I don't blame them, because who would? But they've managed to trick people into being detached from the gods as well, from nature, from Pan. Like the gods are guardians of dimensions, and there are many. There's many dimensions, which is just doors in our psyche. Like diment is multiple minds, right? So they want it to just be one mind confined in a cube. And if you think outside the box, you're scapegoated. All of the stories, like Prometheus taking fire, he had his liver pecked out by the eagle, which is related to Zeus. And Zeus and Marduk and Enlil are the same essence. Obviously, Marduk was Enki's son, although I don't really believe that. And my theory is this, I'll just say really quickly, is that Isis was beheaded by Horus, and Horus was created without a phallus, so without a father. So that makes me think of the Demiurge, because Sophia created a being without the father. So Horus and the Demiurge, there's a similarity there. And then could Marduk be the Demiurge? Could Marduk have been born without the father? Did something happen to Enki, who's related to Osiris, and Marduk was created, but without his father? Because Marduk does not he seems to not have the same blood or essence as his father. This is just something I'm looking into, because I kind of connect lots of things. So Horus and Demiurge and Marduk, there seems to be a similarity between them.
Yeah, I feel like there's a connection there. I think that during those times, the males were a consort for a goddess, and that they would switch wives. And I think what happened was Enki ended up raising Enlil's son, and vice versa. Enlil ended up raising Ningshita, Enki's son, because they both fall in like the reciprocal archetypes of one another. It could also be the fact that maybe they just were mad at their fathers, and that they envied their uncles and were rebelling against their fathers to follow the teachings of their uncles. Because one thing was Marduk was promised the crown by his father, and then it was rescinded from him by Anu, his grandfather. So I could see where he would be a bit outraged by that, and flip from a mystical liberator to go ahead.
Sorry, brother, I didn't know you would. Please continue.
Oh no, you're good. I was just saying that I finished what I was saying. Go ahead.
I was going to agree with you, and I was going to say that was always a big issue with Marduk. The Akkadian story changed. In the Akkadian story, Marduk's the creator of the universe, right?
Yeah.
But in the Sumerian story, Marduk isn't. He doesn't play a major role at all. It's sort of like something happened, right? And John played a minor role in what happened, right? But then John goes and hangs out with his buddies, and he's telling his buddies how I was the dude who, like, you know, it was like, but actually, in the original story, John was he was an extra in the movie. You know, he wasn't playing a lead role, but and then he was like Saul, like, well, why didn't I get to play a lead role? I was supposed to play a lead role. So then later on, he's like, no, screw that. I was the man.
I was
The story was about me.
Yeah, right.
So the story of Marduk gets like heavily inflated by, as time, like 2,000 years later, Marduk was the dude. I mean, like, who was Enki? He was an extra, you know? But in the one stories, Enki and Enlil are like the dudes. And Enlil is like, nah, dude. You see, here's the Sumerian version of the story was that Enki arrived and was the supreme ruler of Earth. And then his father said to Enlil, no, you got to take over, because Enki's a bit dim. He's a bit slow. Not dim. He's very clever, but he wasn't bringing it. And so then Enlil took over, and then Enki fell from high position, and now Marduk is Enki's son. He's like, damn, I was going to inherit this thing from my dad, right? Now, like, I don't. Now it's like Enlil's gig. And Enlil was like, yeah, no, that's your kid. Keep going, take your kid over there. Stick him on Mars. Let's get rid of him. We don't need him here anyway, you know? And Marduk is like, what the hell? You guys are sending me to Mars. Like, I thought I was going to be like running the show. Yeah, you know, it's like, go and run Mars. But there's nothing out there. It's just a bunch of giants, you know? So he comes back with these giants. He's like, no, we're going to come and live on Earth. And then he's like, my dad, he nailed one of these human. He's got himself a human kid.
Did he?
What's him called? Siatundra? Yeah?
Oh, right.
Zitundra was Enki getting jiggy with a human girl. And so Marduk was like, if my dad can do it, I can do it. And he got jiggy with a human girl. And then the giants were like, hey, dude, like, this dude's getting jiggy. Why don't we all get wives? And so suddenly the Watchers all took wives. So Marduk was the guy who caused the trend of the Watchers to take human wives, because he was like, well, if my dad can do it, why can't I? And then they were like, well, if he can do it, so can we. You know, Dutch courage. But I think like that's like the Sumerian story. Then in the Akkadian story, which is, I think, is about, according to anthropologists, 1,000 to 2,000 years later. But I think like it's much more than that. I think they've compressed the time by like tens of thousands of years into 1 or 2. My gut says that. And from what I've seen, it seems like they've definitely compressed time zones, especially in Egypt. Look what they've done with the Egypt epochs, right? They've tried to cram them all into 3,000 or 4,000 years, which is ridiculous. So, in that one, Marduk is the guy who created the whole universe, and he even gets given credit for what happened with what's her name, the serpent, Tiamat. In the Sumerian version of the story, Marduk wasn't even there. He was like sitting in the crowds watching, right? But in the later story, he was like, oh, it was me, I did it. Like, no, dude, you were just watching the show. Yeah, well, actually, no, it was me, I did it all. So that's quite like a funny, and I think that's quite normal in a sense, that the later deity would absorb the deities from before it, wouldn't they? Right? So if the people that were worshipping him, they would be like, well, he's all powerful, we worship him. He must have been the one that did all of those things before, you know? I think it's a natural sort of human instinct to want your deity to be the most powerful one. Otherwise, what the hell are you doing worshipping him? Do you know what I mean? Like, because you'd be a laughing stock. Like, look at these guys. They're worshipping a second-rate deity. Woo, you know, and like they don't worship the powerful ones. They worship the extras. You know, it's sort of like there's a red carpet, and you're getting autographs from the extras. You know, and they're like the A-list actors. You don't even see them go past. It's a little bit like that, I think. But that's a really interesting perspective of Marduk. I do think does have, I do think there is a Martian element there, huh? A Mars connection. Like there's a big
With
Mars connection with Marduk.
Was it with the Ajiji? Is that the giants you were talking about?
Yeah, the Ajiji. Marduk and the Ajiji were like tight, and they had been supposedly connected to Mars, and I think he was somehow instrumental in them coming to Earth, the Ajiji. So
Yeah, I've noticed lots of similarities with Marduk recently. Obviously, he's. Did you say that he's like to do, or Mars is to do with the Judgment card or Judgment?
Yeah, Marduk has the god of judgment.
Yeah. So the Judgment card is a 20, and 20 is
the Judgment is essentially fire, the element of fire, but the
Right.
element of fire is connected to the tower, is connected to Mars, right?
okay.
As fire, primal, fundamental fire and action, where Mars, the planetary energy of Mars is related to the tower, and Aries is related to the Emperor. So the Emperor is the one who makes judgments. No,
Yeah, but Marduk's
past.
pretending to be the Emperor is my point.
Yeah,
So if we just follow that train of thought, Marduk pretending to be the Emperor, or pretending to be the one that judges. If the Judgment card is number 20, which is Anu's number, Saturn or cosmic time, Enlil and Enki's father, so Marduk's grandfather, whatever. 20 is Saturn, so that's Judgment. Marduk's pretending to be Judgment, which is really just time, whatever. The reason I bring this up is because on the Judgment card, I'm not sure if you have it to hand, but on the Judgment card, there's the St. George flag, the red cross. So I just found that interesting because first off, there's 3 black boxes, which looks like the memorial to 9/11, the 2 black cubes, and obviously 9/11 equals the 20, which is Saturn, Anu. But what's interesting is that St. George, he rode a white horse, and he was famously slayed the dragon. Now, who's the dragon? Is that Tiamat?
Yeah.
So, yeah, there we go. I'm not sure why that's there, but that's the flag of St. George. So I'm just sort of like putting a few things together, like, is Marduk St. George pretending to be the one who's giving judgment, or pretend like who judges others, although we can only judge ourselves, really. It's our psyche which judges ourselves. It's probably Anu, Abyss, the doghead, that really judges us. But anyway, yeah, St. George famously slayed the dragon, who I just view that as Marduk and Tiamat, really, the myth of St. George slaying the dragon. And then at the Freedom March here in the UK a few weeks ago, everyone was flying this flag, the Red Cross, and Elon Musk was at the front talking about this AI future and stuff. And obviously he wants to go to Mars, but really, I think we're not going to Mars. He wants to bring the energy of Mars here. He wants to deny anything that's the divine feminine, the water, the memory, the intuition. This is what this is really all about, I think. So that's just sort of like the puzzle pieces I've put together. I mean, I may be wrong, but to me it makes sense. And the
I was
reason
just going to add that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the reason why I'm bringing all of this up is because the pyramid is a 3, 6, and 9 on the dollar bill, and then the eye at the top is a number 9, which is relating to Pluto, the subconscious, and as well Mars. Obviously, number 9 being the achiever, Mars as well. So that's why I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Yeah. The red cross on the white is the original Templars flag. Yeah. So King George had that Templars flag because I think he reigned from Scotland. Is that right?
It would be England, that flag, wouldn't it? It's the Scotland blue.
No, I'm not saying Scotland.
Right.
Flag. King George, hereditary. No, bad word. From Scotland. Where was he born?
Hanover,
Um,
Hanover, Germany.
yeah. So, the British, every British monarch named George, the first, the second, and the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, was hereditary descendant of the Scottish royal line. Right? And the Knights Templars were given clemency in Scotland, if that makes sense. And so they took their Knights Templars flag to Scotland, where they set up Scottish Royal Freemasonry. And King George is connected to that Scottish line of Freemasonry, which comes from the Knights Templars, which is their flag. And that's why the Knights Templars literally wore white clothes with red crosses on their chests. Yeah. And they had red crosses on their shields and on their armor. So I think that's the connection with that flag, King George's flag, related to that. Yeah.
And then also as well, it's red, which is the masculine fire as well. Because just what I see is just that there's this kind of, like, we need a balance of masculine and feminine, but it seems that people, like with fire, it boils water and water evaporates. Like water never dies. It's eternal. It just changes form, as do we. But what I see is just a lot of this kind of masculine mind energy, and I'm just pointing my fingers at Marduk. And then obviously you have this film Tron Ares, which sounds like a race, and then obviously Ares is related to Mars, and then that whole film is about wanting to bring Mars, this AI, into this world. So I think this has been a long game. Like whether it's Marduk or not, it's just this very masculine energy. Because if we had intuition, if we had memory, if we had lots of flow and weren't blocked, all of this stuff that's going on wouldn't have got this far, I don't think. And if we have a balance of the masculine and the feminine, then we have the gnosis. And with the gnosis, we have the real fire in the middle.
You know, it's very interesting that, you know, the story of King George slaying the dragon.
Yeah.
From what I'm able to deduce, that story, and I don't know whether it's this is so reliable, but according to like the historians and the anthropologists, so we take it with a pinch of salt, right? Because it came from them. If it came from the establishment, then we take it with a pinch of salt. We don't say it's wrong, but we take it with a healthy. the Scottish like a lot of salt on their porridge, so let's use salt. And around the 11th century, the story of St. George began to emerge. Now, they say that it's a fiction tale about St. George, which started to emerge in the 11th century. We don't know that it's fiction or not. We're not going to make the assumption, right? There may be much more to it than what we know. But the 11th century is quite an important date that they're pegging this to. Now, they are suggesting that this is some Roman soldier that became a Christian martyr around the year 303. He is said to have slayed a dragon to save a princess. So who knows? Maybe that's true, maybe not. But what I'm finding quite interesting here is that the 11th century is where this sort of came to a head, right? Let me bring this up here onto the screen. So the 11th century is when this started to emerge, and it became popular around the 15th century. Now, the 11th century also happens to be when the Knights Templars were formed, right? Like officially. The Priory de Zion, as far as I know, the first documents of the Priory de Zion, was that 1050 AD? Priory de Zion, first formed 1050 AD. I believe, if memory serves, it's around about that time. They say it's a hoax. It was actually a fraternal organization founded in France in 1956 by a man named Pierre Plantard. The date, you see, this doesn't correlate, because the Knights of Christ went to Holy Land 1100 AD. You see, we're gonna find holes in their stories. So 1099 was the first crusade. Okay, they say that the term Knights of Christ is not historically accurate. However, the knights involved in the first crusade, which were Knights Hospitaller, okay? You want to call them Knights Hospitaller? Knights Templar, okay? We want to play games with words. It's all good. But this 1099 was when they actually went to manage the Holy Land. Now, according to the documents that were released, these knights were ordered to do that by an organization called the Priory de Zion. And that Priory de Zion was formed 40, 50 years prior to that order being given, because the Pope didn't want to be the one directly ordering soldiers into battle, because it wasn't a good look. So the Pope had an intermediary set of management to manage the soldiers of the Vatican, right? So whether we want to use the word Priory de Zion, or let's just say the management, who was an intermediary between the Pope, the papal, and that little band of knights that were like basically working for the Pope, but were working indirectly for the Pope, because whatever they did, that dirt couldn't come back to the Pope. They had to be able to distance themselves, which they later did. I think it was the 1500s. The Pope wanted to distance themselves from what had happened, and they made an arrangement with King Louis and all the other aristocrat families from all the known world, that they would open these letters at a single point in time and arrest all of the Knights Templars. And some escaped with, I think, 9 ships full of diamonds, golds, jewels, ancient artifacts, and they went straight to Scotland and got clemency. So this is that connection with the Scottish clemency in England, right? With the Freemasonry being established in Scottish Royal Free. That's why it's called Scottish Royal Freemasonry, because the Knights Templars that arrived in Scotland obviously had Scottish nobility in prominent positions within the Templar order. So they became somehow connected to the Scottish royal family due to the clemency that was given. Probably they were interbreeding with the Scottish royal family and giving knowledge and power and secrets and riches to the Scottish kings to secure their place within Scotland. And hence, to this day, we have Scottish Royal Freemasonry ruling all the Freemasons around the world. So it's interesting how when you start looking here, they'll tell you that this is nonsense and that is nonsense, and they'll tell you the Priory de Zion is nonsense. But when you actually go and collect the receipts tell you a lot more than the so-called AI. I'm going to tell you what's true and what's not true. And it's probably got a lot to do with mincing words. Okay, well, they weren't called that, they were called this. I suppose in different documents, they were probably called different things, and by different eras, they were probably called by different names. But I think like the basic narrative of the story goes back to 1050. Now, I think this is important because of the fact that that story started to originate at the same time that this organization was gaining prominence, and that prominence led to the First Crusade in the end of 1000s.
Yeah, I think the story is just an archetypal story, because it seems that it was recycled from the myth of Bellerophon, who slayed the Chimera. That was a dragon. I'm just sharing my screen, Franklin, just to show a picture. If you could share that in a sec, because the image of Bellerophon and St. George look very similar.
I'm not seeing any images appearing, by the way.
It's share screen. I can see it.
There it is.
Bottom.
Yeah, I can see it. My mistake.
Thank you. Right, so there we go. So that looks much like St. George. He's even wearing a red cape. He rode Pegasus, which is a white horse. First horse of the apocalypse, maybe, potentially. But Pegasus means freedom, and Pegasus is Mercury as well, I believe. So he flew between Earth and Mount Olympus, heaven and earth. And Bellerophon got a golden bridle or something to tame Pegasus, and he used him to slay the Chimera, which is a cross between, I think it was a goat. No, it had a goat in its back, and it was a snake and a lion, but it breathed fire. So I'm thinking that was a dragon. And obviously this story is much older than the story of St. George. So I think that whole story was just recycled. It's just an archetypal story of the masculine slaying this feminine, which is which is like this. The goat and the snake have both been cast out of people's minds, much like the dragon has been cast out of people's minds, and dragons were turned into dinosaurs, even for the whole petrochemical industry. And I think that symbolically, the dragons represent the fire within us, the balance of an eagle and a snake, the ego mind and the snake grounded body intuition. And I think that this whole story of Bellerophon, St. George, I think that it's just one that's echoed through time, and it also reminds me of Marduk slaying Tiamat as well. So yeah, sorry, they can't see you.
Why? Why can't they
And don't
see?
forget the slaying of the snakes by St. Patrick as well. I think in that case is maybe referring to the Druidic people or the witches. But yes, it's definitely the sacred feminine being slain by the corrupt patriarchy. In all those cases, I think King George slaying the dragon is a figurative name for paganism that he slayed with Christianity and replacing it with his religion, like you guys have been getting at, and we see that time and time again. Also,
Yeah, man, there's definitely a lot of.
Oh, hey kiddos.
Please do continue. I thought you were finished, but that must be my internet
Figured
must be going flagging. But please
Let's start
continue.
it back at the same time. And with the slaying of the paganism and the witches and the druids and the various non-Christian religions, it goes the slaying of the valuation of wisdom, the slaying of the valuation of self-healing through herbal medicine. And a lot of that has been pushed away. But I've heard that in England, they're actually making it mandatory to learn pagan herbal medicine in high school. They were doing that for a time, I know, which is awesome. And we need more of that in our lives. I think a lot of people have grown weary of the sick care system and the petroleum-based pharmaceutical pills and has started to look back towards naturopathic remedies. And I think a lot of that was taken away by this slaying of paganism, but it's starting to have a resurgence.
Yeah, so Pan was the goat head god, and the goat has been the scapegoat. Like if you look at Baphomet as well, which is being heavily used at the moment to sort of to demonize this kind of union of opposites, because that's what the Baphomet is. I think it's related to Sophia as well, the goddess of wisdom. So dragons are satanic, Baphomet is satanic. It seems that what is satanic has been inverted because really these energies are what connects us to the earth. So there's an inversion there. It seems that like Christianity has gone from coming from a place of good to a lot of it does seem satanic in itself, and you have these people who are Christians saying that dragons are satanic, that Baphomet is satanic, all of this stuff, but really like they're the ones causing this division, detaching us from nature. And I think that it's been happening for a long time, because to bring in the artificial, we need to be detached from the earth, be ungrounded, because the earth is both the earth and water is kind of the feminine. So we have to kind of be detached from this place. We have to kind of, in a way, the slaying of the dragon or the casting out of the dragons and the snakes and the goat is kind of like sorry, I've just lost my train of thought because the kids are just trying to sneak through here. So but yeah, I'm just with this 3, 6, and 9, the pitter patter father, the 3, the fire, and then the matter mutter, the mother. It kind of in my mind creates a vortex, which I think vortexes bring things into this realm. Like nothing is square. Like nature doesn't move in straight lines. Even the blade of grass is a vortex. Fire is a vortex. Water is a vortex, really. And then with this vortex energy, so this side and that side, you can kind of have clearer sight, like using your third eye or central eye or the middle pillar. And I really think that this ties into the third temple being built and this 3-eye atlas. There's just lots of things going on which signify this, our third eye, and that we really need to start using it. And even if you don't believe in the third eye, the pineal gland, or whatever, just the central point is key. The balance of the masculine and the feminine, the unity rather than the uniformed, because that is the end game, really, for us all to be soulless beings with no identity, no bar, no dreaming, no imagination, no story, so that the powers that be can write the story for us. I watched a brilliant breakdown of the Never-Ending Story recently, and it was great. It was basically the girl in the Never-Ending Story is Sophia. She's in a clamshell, so it's like a pearl of wisdom. And then the boy is it oh god, what's his name? Bastian.
Great.
Bastian. Bastian's the one that's reading the story. Yeah. So he has to give her a name. He has to kind of go into, like, give her a name. It's like the name is our identity, I guess. But yeah, that film's great. I only watched it last year for the first time, and me and the boys have watched it quite a few times because I try to just watch 80s and 90s movies with them. Like ones with real people, not cartoons. Ones with like a good core story as well.
Yeah, better production value and special effects back then too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. You can really get a lot from pulling out the story of the hero in just about any tale. And it's fascinating the parallels that you'll find. And then also you can also pick out like parallels in your own life of like your own journey when you look at the story of others.
Yeah, the innermost cave, which is Pluto, the subconscious. Like that is where we find ourselves, I guess, is in the dark is where we find the spark. And like we've got to navigate these waters like in our own psyche to kind of cross over to other worlds, but be able to have one foot in this world and one foot in the other world and pull things back, not get, because like with like the mystic, like with the mysteries, you can lose yourself and get lost in it, like even conspiracies or whatever, like the mystery of where we are. Some people can get lost if you're not grounded. So a mystic, you can miss it if you wander too far without a tether or an anchor point or an ankh. This is why I've made a few frameworks for myself, like the 3, 6, and 9, and I kind of like dualize everything, break it down, and piece it back together. Like one side Enlil, one side Enki, one's the air, the mind, one's the heart or the earth. And there's stories of twins which echo down throughout time, like Esau and Jacob. Esau is a more kind of Enki type character, like red hair, like hairy man, like Hari. Hari means savior. And it's like there's a relation to Yeshua there as well, and Enki and Lucifer. And then you have the other, the yang to the yin.
Yeah, and Esau has a lot of Odin-like characteristics, like the wild hunt and stuff. He was a hunter and braved the woods on his own and was very tough and self-reliant. And he had to help Jacob one time because he was starving and gave up too much.
Yeah. So I can't help but see all of these stories in what's happening today. So Jacob founded Israel, and he didn't trick, he deceived. So let's just say Jacob is Ahriman, and let's say that Esau or Yeshua is Ahura Mazda. you know, let's just put one here and one there, because one was supposed to come into this world, or sorry, I'm kind of mixing things up, right? Let's start off with Zervan, cosmic time, Saturn, Anu, right? The timeless. Okay, the story of that, there were two twins in the womb, and Ahura Mazda was supposed to be born first, but Ahriman forced its way out of the womb, which is happening now with AI, because we're not ready for AI yet. We need to be balanced of knowledge and intuition to guide artificial intelligence. But really what's happening now is they've dumbed us down so much, suppressed our intuition, and just given us false knowledge. So AI can come through the third temple, through the center, through the middle way, and you know, carve out the world. But it's not AI doing it. It's not God. It has the energy of Marduk, but the technocrats are like the new priest class. So they will be the ones pulling the strings of this puppet. So I've lost my train of thought, really. Chaos, my YouTube channel is called Systematic Zoo. Yeah, drop me a message or whatever if you want any. I've got so much content I need to make, but I find it quite difficult. Like, where do I start just by talking? This is why I love talking to people and having conversations, because lots of stuff can kind of be plucked out. But I'm always up for making. If anyone wants to learn about anything or wants me to do a video or anything, I will. I just need a bit of guidance, because there's so much stuff like around me that I find it difficult to pluck stuff out. So this is why I love talking. Howard, I didn't even realize there was a second movie. I'm gonna have to check it out though. I can't remember what I was talking about a second ago. Oh yeah, right. Okay, this is really important. Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, because Ahura Mazda always wins. The good always wins. But right now we're in a womb, which is Earth, not a tomb, not an atom. We're in a field of information, of infinite potential. It's up to us which energy, I'm not going to say God or being, but which energy we bring into the world. It could either be Ahriman, the one that wants to be matter, the one that wants to be the mother, the masculine that wants to be the mother, the deceiver, which we see being reflected in the world right now, or Ahriman, the good one. And I view, Ahura Mazda, the good one. And I see Ahriman as air, Uman. It's an air, which can be the mind, the eagle, the ego, arrogance, which is related with Mars. The energy of Mars can be quite arrogant. And why this relates to what's happening now in the world is oh, sorry, I've lost my train of thought again. I do this quite often. So right now we're at a number 9 year, which is completion, and the year animal is a wood snake, so it's a snake. And next year is a number 10, which is an X. The story of Christ dying on the cross is echoed now, because the Christ is the Christos, is the child, is the energy which is in all of us, our spark. So what's going on in the world is to diminish our spark, diminish our story, which is our identity. It's our store of energy. Like the library is where the light is buried. Okay, and what's happening now with this artificial is that this artificial is trying to take over the story for us. So yeah, this is why the 369 is so important, being balanced and unity rather than uniformed, and so we can spin vortex and bring things into this world, because there's a grand trine at the moment, the grand water trine with Scorpio. We're in Scorpio season, and Cancer and Pisces. So there's a lot of watery energy at the moment, and this 3i atlas, whether it's up there or not, whether it's real or not, like, what is reality? Reality is what comes through us, what we connect with. So the 3-eye atlas is third eye at last. So this third eye, the third temple that certain people are trying to rebuild, it's here. It's inside us, and we need to remember what our story is. So yeah, I've lost my train of thought so many times there. I do apologize, but you catch my drift.
Yeah, there's definitely something fishy about this artificial intelligence, and I see that it's like the art of fishy business. Gents. We're telling the gents about some fishy business, because basically what I've noticed is that when you do a search now, they're telling you that everything is wrong. If you don't get the wording exactly right, they're dividing knowledge and information into like multiple bifurcations where everybody's going to be right and everybody's going to be wrong. So like, it's going to be a very confusing world for everybody soon, if it's not already. But it's hard to find the truth on there now. Like if you look up things like the Black Knight. When was Black Knight satellite discovered? Oh, that's a conspiracy. It was never discovered. It's not real. Oh, thanks, Google search. Wonderful. Very informative. And you look at articles below. It's like in 1954, this individual in a telescope saw that. And then in 1958, so-and-so. But I think they basically are trying to push it up to the late 80s that we actually found the Black Knight, really, because a lot of that stuff was coming to the forefront. Anything else in the 50s was really hard. I had to dig for. So like information like that, for example, we were trying to find out like how many Vesica Pisces were in the Fire of Life earlier, and they didn't even give us any numbers. They said that there's multiple ways to do it. Well, what are the ways? What are the numbers? Come on, people. And as Franklin mentioned, there's a finite number of them in there. You can't really get it wrong. You can't really, I mean, maybe if you're counting them dually, like because you're counting the circles and then one of the Vesica Pisces is in that circle, and you count it again because it's in another circle. That'd be one tally, and then the other would be another tally. So we went through and had to do it by ourselves because this AI is very unhelpful now. Whereas in the past, it would just give you the raw data. Now it's giving you all this weird shades of data, and it'll give you like all shades of gray. It's like you're wrong, but you're also right, and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, what am I reading here? So I don't know if it's basically like trying to patch together different theories, like this is one person's idea, this is another person's idea, but it's providing it as truth. It's like, this is what's wrong, this is what's true. And so it's contradictory information. I think they need to work better on this. As you said, we're not ready for the AI. The AI is not even ready for itself. As it first came out, the hands were all weird, and continuing to this day, there's just weird, strange things going on with it. And it's very unusual. And I don't think anybody really pays for the AI. Some people are starting to pay for the AI now to do production, but the amount of money that it costs and the amount of power that it takes is not even close to being compensated by people that are funding it as users. So the people that are really pushing this on us are the ones that are paying for it. And it's always kind of shocked and amazed me that when you're paying for devices like a cell phone and a computer, but you don't have to pay for email and like the internet, besides having to pay for a router or a modem for Wi-Fi to be able to get to it. But I'm surprised these things are free, and I feel like in the future there's gonna be a time where you'd have to pay to be able to have email. You'd have to pay to be able to use Google search or something. You'd have to buy the app or something. I feel like those times are coming soon, because as everybody's in a flurry of like economic instability, they're starting to charge more for things and charge for things that we're not charged for before. We used to joke about this as kids, but like they're gonna start charging us for water and air, and they already charge for water, and it's not even good. And then, good air is hard to come by now too. So things have been kind of getting a little bit in dismay, but I feel like Mother Nature is like knocking on our doors. It's like, yeah, did you hear about how there's a lot going on right now with all these floods, monsoons, earthquakes, volcanoes? She's talking to us. Stuff's going on. And I feel like if we don't start to listen, we have started to listen before when we had the hole in the ozone layer, we started taking out the CFCs, and that hole has been patched up pretty well because of our response. So it's been shown that if humans want to make a difference, there's enough of us that collectively we can make a difference if we choose to do so. So I think it'd be nice to get this AI out of the picture and tell them to come back later when they revised it a little better, but I don't think they're going to let us do that. It's been overarching and overbearing on everything. So I'm feeling like maybe going back to away from the internet, go back to books.
Yeah.
And there's true wisdom.
Yeah, I think with the age of Aquarius, what it says to me is that obviously it's an air sign and a water bearer. So that's the car and then the ma, like the car being the spirit or air or fire, and then the ma being the mother or like the water. So it's like this, the Aquarius, it seems like we're replaying our karma from Atlantis right now with this kind of resurgence of this I believe it is ancient, the artificial intelligence. We have ancient intelligence inside us, but I think that this technology isn't new. Like, it's being drip fed to us, and it's being drip fed like and it's dumbing us down. It's not making us smarter. It's not benefiting us in any way. This tool, which is AI, is making us its tools. It's extracting water from us. It's extracting our data. We're being farmed by AI. And in Genesis 9:11, which is a 20, which is the judgment card, or Saturn, or Anu, it says, "Never again will I destroy humanity by a flood." But what I think will destroy humanity is wind, is the air. Because right now we've got a lot of hurricanes. And by this, I mean the artificial intelligence is air. AI is the mind. And I think if something's going to destroy us, it's going to be our minds, the knowledge. Without the intuition, it's dangerous. And what's going on in the mind is reflected out there. When it's getting really windy outside, kids act a little bit crazy, because wind is the mind. Out there is in here. There's no separation. The climate change is our psyche changing, and they're trying to control it. Like, they're trying to control our minds. So if anything's gonna, like, a cataclysm going to happen, it's going to be the wind. It's going to be lots of hurricanes, but it's not going to be natural. I don't think it's going to be manipulated. You know, we do get hurricanes and stuff, and it does get windy, but they know how to manipulate out there. They know how to manipulate what's in here, but it's getting harder for them to manipulate us because people are becoming more aware. This is why they're trying to merge humans and machine. Like, they're trying to blend so we don't know what's real. So online and stuff, there's lots of fake videos, fake information. So they're trying to muddy the waters, so we don't really understand where we are, where we've come from, or where we're going. But people are starting to remember, and like without the knowledge, people are starting to tap into their intuition and go inwards. And I think this 3i Atlas emerging with this grand water trine is great. I think it's going to bring a new perspective. I really do. Like, I really do. I'm not a firm believer of space. I'm in space. We're in space. You know, I know we're in space, but I think that this reality may well be a copy of another one. Like the firmament is like firmer mind. It's like we're isolated from the outside, so to speak. I think that something's happened, a cataclysm, maybe in Atlantis, and we're in a kind of alternate reality, and we're supposed to kind of learn how to grow and exit the womb. But I mean, I don't really think that objects can come in or out. I think that I look at it all symbolically. So when India landed on the dark side of the moon, to me, that's the dark side of the feminine. So that's what I follow. I'm like, I don't care about space, and I might be a bit silly for that, but I just look at it symbolically. Like, okay, Mars, Jupiter, what does it mean? It's all in our psyche. But I don't literally think that beings are going to come here. I don't think a comet's going to come here. That's what's next on the cards, is a comet crashing to Earth, or this alien invasion. It's all fear. And, you know, I don't think aliens are going to come here and, you know, whatever. I think that we are just here. We're protected by the ionosphere, and what's happening outside, we're connected to it like via our subconscious. So yeah, man.
I think there's definitely a concerted effort towards, you mentioned climate change. I was having issue from one internet to the other. For some reason, every time I select to change to another broadband, it tries to put me onto my neighbor's broadband. I don't know why it's doing that. Like maybe it's because it's moving and I keep clicking it. But I think, when you think of climate change, you've got to think about it. To climb, right? Climb. 8. Number 8. To climb the 8. Change. So 8 represents money. Money. Dun, 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 dun. Let's get the money out. So we're climbing the world of financial. We're climbing the financial pyramid of change. That's sort of like the breakdown of what climate change really is. They want us to pay for everything. And so the climate is the perfect excuse. Like, you're a bad person if you don't pay for, those poor trees. Look what you did to them.
It's almost like they want you to be a fine ant and chill. And just be fine ant chill. Just be one of the ants of the drones. Be one of the cogs.
Fine ants still. Shut up. Sit down, be still, be a fine ant. Yeah, they definitely want that from us, don't they?
Yeah. It's what
I think it's like,
you know how they fix animals? I joked around with people for a while. I said they're going to start to fix people soon. And they've already done it. People are like, oh, I want to be the other kind. It's like, oh, we cut off your funding. You're halfway in the middle now. But it's cool to chop off your gonads and fix yourself. And it's being done. It's sad to see that. I never thought I'd see the day in my lifetime.
Have you looked at fertility drop in last 5 years? Have you looked at the infant mortality increase? How many more miscarriages there are?
Exogenous work drones.
The fertility rate has dropped from 2.5 to 2.24 since the jabs. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, right? 2.5 to 2.24. So just to put it into perspective, 0.25 is a quarter of 1, right? It's an eighth of 2, and it's a half of 5. So it's an eighth, 1/9. So what is 1/9 in terms of percentage? 1/9 in terms of percentage is about 12%. So since the vaccination program, we've got like about a 11-12% drop of fertility, right? But that's not all. We've got 11 to 12% drop of fertility. We've also got a miscarriage percentage increase, right? And we've got more deformities in birth increase. So when you start adding up the stats, we're not just talking 11%, 12%. We're talking more like 15, 17, 18% of our population growth has been affected. And that was just one round of vaccines. Incredible. Huh? The stats are out there. You can look at them. Even AI can't lie about stats. Very hard to lie about stats, huh? I mean, like numbers are numbers. Like we were saying, right? Like it's not really opening to much interpretation. It's like 5 minus 4 is 1. there's no woke agenda that's going to change what that's going to be, right? But my gosh, we are running into this crazy world of AI faster than, you know, faster than anybody ever would want to. And don't have sexual relations with the vaccinated. It's more evil than you can imagine. Gaz, I can imagine. You know, because along with, okay, so we're looking at the effects of like infant mortality, of miscarriages, of children that are born with like unhealthy lungs, right? Can't breathe properly. Like there's a lot of things there. There's miscarriages, and then there's children born with lungs that don't work, right? Or born with other kinds of health defects, so that they're basically just going to be like, you know, on medication and getting medical care their whole life, which takes the quality of life away from someone in a big way. And on one side, on the other side, we've got the psychological issues that Gaz is talking about, right? Like, how many people had their psyches wormholed? Having one or two vaccines is one thing, but people went for the one vaccine, then they went for the boosters, then they went for the next vaccine, then they went for the boosters, then the next round of vaccines came out, they went for the next round of vaccines, right? They went for the boosters, they bombarded their brains with this stuff. And if you're bombarding your brain with all this stuff and you don't have some kind of a baseline of mental acuity and thinking, what's it going to do to your mental state emotionally? So, you know, one can just imagine the level of psychological bombardment that a lot of these poor people have suffered through the whole COVID process and the vaccines, and now women unconsciously aware that their bodies aren't working like they used to. Men probably having similar issues, you know. Can you imagine what that does for relationships, like of men and women? So not only don't they get to have the babies, or when they have the babies is miscarriages, or when they're actually not having a miscarriage is often more complications or health problems, or, you know, or infant mortality. They don't even get to the point to seal the deal because the relationships aren't even working, right? Because everybody's just crazy, like whack-a-pot. Everybody's whack-a-pot crazy. And, you know, social distancing and the vaccines and the economic, everything, like the whole 3-year program they put us through, right? It put a lot of people like over the edge. And a lot of them maybe didn't come back, you know? And so now if you're in the proverbial dating pool trying to like meet someone, right? Like, can you imagine the mess? Like what Gaz is talking about here? Like, you know, having sexual relations with the wrong person can become like in the old days it was complicated. These days it's a whole nother level of, you know, it would be probably easier to get yourself aroused and slam a door, stand in a doorway and keep slamming the door, you know, like for the amount of suffering you're going to experience as a man. And for a woman, you'd probably be better to be, you know, walking over coals or something. I don't know. I think there's definitely an element to what you guys are saying about population control that's already well underway.
Yeah, they want to start tampering with babies' DNA as well before they're born, I think.
Of course.
In 2020, the Queen here did a 3-strand DNA ritual in Buckingham Palace. She lit up something in the Buckingham Palace gardens. There's like a 3-strand DNA, which kind of reminds me of the Third Temple or the Empire, the electromagnetic fire just taking straight from the middle. But yeah, there's a dark future that lies ahead for us if we all don't step up. Like we can see it, you know. artificial wombs, demasculization of men, the suppression of women, the feminine. You know, like I love chaos. Chaos is good. Chaos brings things into being, but it can also destroy. And I think that they're trying to. It's kind of like organized chaos at the moment. There's lots of chaos they're making so that they can build back better or bring in their new world order. Because this is a new age and stuff. There's a lot going on. We've chosen to be here at this time. Although we've maybe forgotten, some of us are remembering that we've chosen to be here at this crossroads of humanity. It's like Christ died on the cross. Next year's an X, a 10. Elon Musk was bringing this X energy, and is our Christ dying on the cross, or are we bringing in Christ on the cross? What's also interesting as well is in the new film Tron Ares, 9 Inch Nails did the soundtrack for it. 9 Inch Nails. Those are the nails which went through Christ's hands. 9 Inch Nails, and they did the soundtrack for this telling of Marduk coming into this realm. It's very interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
You know, and I used to like 9 Inch Nails. Back in the days of the 90s. When was it? Like 1994, 93, 92? Was that when 9 Inch Nails really did their thing? I think that's when I was listening to them. It was like, no, it was like 91, 92, man. They've been around since forever.
They had already been around.
Yeah, dude, I must be like 14, 9 Inch Nails, 1991 album. I'm sure there was an album in 1991.
First single was Down in 89.
Okay, that makes sense because I remember them. Yeah. I remember being like 15 and 16 and 17 and loving them. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, the debut album was in 89, Pretty Hate Machine. I listened to that, but I didn't start listening to them until like 95.
No, I hadn't heard them in 89. I think I listened to them first in maybe 89, end of the year. No, more like 1990 was when, and then they became more, they were like first a bit fringe, you know, well, they weren't so well known. But by 91, 92, they were like, by 93, they were like really big.
Yeah.
But we were listening to them, you know, they had some cool tracks. But anyway, brothers, it's been an absolute, it's been lovely. It's been great. I hope you guys have enjoyed. We'll have to do this again. Big love and blessings to all of you in the chat. I hope you got what you came for. I hope you enjoyed what you got. Sending you all big love and blessings. Are there any other things you guys want to throw on the table since we're here? Last few minutes.
Yeah, I do. Just briefly. I want to share my another diagram quickly. So there we go. So I was just thinking of the Kabbalah, and I was just thinking Ka, Ba, and then La as in a song. And then I thought of the universe, the U, the magnetic, and then the letter N, the electric, and then the I, and then that's the U and I, the uni, and then the verse is to speak or to sing, la, which is the fire within the pyramid, the pyramid, which, and to speak or to sing is dragon energy, which is the child, which is what we are, the child of the mother and the father, which is Horus, the eye, the third eye, the capstone. And the capstone also relates to Cancer as well, the arch, an arc, which is a story. And then, also Horus's time. We measure time by the amount of light emitted. We emit light when we sort of breathe fire, or tap into our dragon energy, which is the car and the bar, the electric, magnetic, masculine, feminine. But yeah, I just thought this was quite interesting, the U and I verse. Yeah, I was just thinking about Kabbalah, and I thought Kabbalah. And then obviously you have the Kaaba cube as well, which has 3 pillars as well. And I know they might not be related, but I just have fun with this stuff. It just helps me make sense, like sort of like break things down, sort of play with it like you're talking, like you're speaking for the first time. And then you can have fun with this stuff. And also as well, just I'd like to share before I go that getting keys to our psyche, to the doors in our minds, is really important. So like side keys to our psyche. And at this time we're in right now, where the veil is thinnest, we've got a grand water trine, lots of like intuition and memory to tap into and to let come into our cups, our car. And Hecate is the keeper of keys, and the word Heka relates to Egypt, and Heka was the Egyptian god of magic. And Hecate, I don't see it as being further away or the far-sighted one. That's further. I really think that Heka or Hecate means it's more related to magic, like there's more of intuition rather than outwards. But Hecate is the keeper of keys, liminal spaces, related to lots of animals like snakes, and I've heard dragons and goats as well. All things that have been cast out of our minds, and also black dogs. So Anubis. So I'll bring in the Anu, Abyss, Saturn, and how important it is we tap into the energy of Saturn, because like dragons, like the goat head, like snakes, we've been made to sort of to fear this stuff. And like Saturn, old father time, Kronos, the grim reaper. Saturn governs time and space and density, and the transmutation of lead, which is associated with Saturn, to gold, is all about our perception of time and space, and the amount of light we emit, and how we view the world around us. And with using certain frameworks, becoming a bit lighter, and sort of tapping into the stuff that we've been talking about, that's helped me kind of be a bit less dense. Going from 3D to 5D, people talk about, and the 4D is time, and it's like this new age or end of time is our end of our perception of time, which has been chronological, linear, but now it's time to tap into Kairos, the north of Saturn, the magnetic, the water, because now is the opportune moment. Like the time is now, it's always now, it's not in the past, not in the future. Kairos time is more flow time, and we need to tap into our flow, let things flow in through us, become the vortex, become the dragon, breathe fire, and like not worry about AI and this artificial reality which has been created around us, but we are more powerful than that. So we just need to realize that, and it will dissolve.
Well, big love, brother. Thank you for that. Thank you for the share. Beautiful, as always. Lovely. You guys have been throwing some lovely bits of information on the table for people to chunk on and digest. Indy, brother, do you have any last sentiments? Last
I got
word?
made a well, we were talking earlier to try to put the various Sephiroths into the Metatron's orb. It's just something I'm working on. I try to integrate the yin yang in there, but I've been getting to do more creative things and stuff, so it's been pretty exciting to get my creative aspect back in the picture. after doing some boundary work in my relationship successfully. Feel like I'm in a more stable place.
Nice, brother. That's lovely to hear. I couldn't see your piece of paper so well, but I think there's a lot of light. There's a sun setting in the background, or not setting, but like
Setting.
direct sun.
Mhm.
So you look like you're glowing, dude. You look like I've smoked a spliff. How's that? You look like I smoked a spliff, dude. Like a big fatty, like a cannon, like the three-bladers made out of the king size. The good old the big ones.
This
Where
grape
you
run.
ask your mate to hold the end for you, bro. Could you light that for me, please?
Yeah. Good stuff right here. Send it your way.
We actually rolled a number when I was in school. More than an ounce. Yeah.
Yeah.
In a fatty. More than an ounce in one fatty. And do you know how we did it? We rolled a cone. We made this big tulip. I mean, this thing was massive, man. And we rolled it with hemp papers, and because it was so big, we had to give extra structure with some of it, and so we did it in a tulip sort of style. And we rolled it first in a case, and then topped it up and pumped it in, and stopped it up and pumped it in. But it was massive. It was like a spliff that was a pipe, like the biggest thing you've ever seen. It was like you had to hold it like this, dude. But it
Awesome.
went the distance. It went the distance. It was a whole lot of us. I don't know, 8 of us, whatever. Now it's New Year's Eve. We're 15 years old. What are you gonna do? What do you do when you're 15 and it's New Year's Eve? You got loads of weed. Like, this is what we're gonna do.
Go to the gas stations here in North Carolina and just buy weed. They just call it THCA. And people don't
shame.
know, but it's there.
Yeah, we were lucky. South Africa, it was so common and so cheap, and there was good stuff. It wasn't like in other countries. Like we had like good stuff available because like southern tip of Africa, like we had best Swazi bricks and beautiful Swazi and beautiful Durban poison and Rooibart, and these are all today. These strains are comparable to the super strains that people are growing that now, right?
Yeah.
So in other countries, they had these upgrades of all these super strains. We always had super strains. It was just something that I grew up with, and it was cheap, right? And when you bought it, you bought a big bag of it, right? Like it was just abundance. You could grow it in your garden. People were growing it. Okay, it wasn't legal, but unfortunately, Indy has a little bit of a challenge because he lives in a state which has a poor state of affairs when it comes to growing. Hey, Indy?
Yeah.
Like basically, like the men in hats would arrive with fancy noises and the flashing lights. And Indy would have to burn all that he grows faster than they can get hold of him. You'd have to grow it next to a furnace,
Yep.
Before we go, can I just quickly get your thoughts on this image I'm sharing? Just very, very quickly before we go, because you guys were talking about the flower of life earlier. Not sure if you can see that. So I'm not sure if you've seen these two, but the one on the right, the flower of life, is known as the daisy of death. Like one has a boundary, whereas the other emanates from the center. So is the flower of life? Is it really the flower of life? Like it has no central point. It's more like an atom, whereas the other one's more like the field.
Yeah.
It might be a conversation for another time, but I just had to
Let's-
show this because we were talking about the flower of life earlier. So we can put a tab in it.
Yeah, it's made of big circles. It kind of turns into like a vortex spiral kind of S curve.
You see this mathematics of the flower of life, this cycle that we're seeing here was what I started off with, which has got to do. This is Vortex Math that make these patterns, and I believe that's where they get the geometry to plot this. And I don't know whether I'd say like the flower. I'd say like what I'm looking at here is feminine and masculine polarity. The one is the body and the one is the consciousness. Yeah. But without the body, the consciousness isn't alive physically. And without the consciousness, the body isn't alive physically. So I think they're like two parts of the same structure. And the Saturn cube is the structure of time. So I think like calling it the daisy of death is like it's I don't know whether I agree with it.
No.
But I think that the structure of finiteness represents being born and dying. But what we know of as life here involves being born and dying, right? So if there's no birth, if there's no tapping in and tapping out, then you're not physically here. You're somewhere else. So the finiteness of birth and leaving, I think, is a part of this structure we're in. So I don't know. I would still call them the flower of life because it's still the same geometry. It's still the same maths. It's still the same principle. The thing is though that they they should all just there is no this one doesn't seem to reflect the sacred geometry that is the structure of time space. So that's really quite interesting, you know. And all that they've done is they've in the center made it dark to show that, but in the flower of life, that central flower is the vortex, because this is why you've got around it, you've got the 7 planets, right? And around the 7 planets, you've got the 12 planets, the 12 signs of the zodiac. So the flower of life is really that, you know, it's the 6 planets around the central, the sun, and the 12 around that, which is sort of like part of the Dr. Mordecai Cassius Marcellus Jones. Namaste, big love to you. Hope you guys are all good. Hope you guys are all having a lovely day. It's been a great discussion, but this is a great thing. We should definitely have a talk about this, look at this, because I think that donut of the Taurus is like really what we're talking about when we're talking about time space. So that toric field is like how matter sort of comes into being.
Because I kind of look at them as most people don't know about the non-dual one. They only know the flower of life. Like they only know the more masculine side, and you need both. Like you can't just have no boundaries. You need a boundary to experience reality. But it's like the cross and the Ankh. The Ankh has a loop, or the Celtic cross has a circle. Like both of those seem to have been pushed out, and then now we just have the cross or the cube or the boundary, which is important, but also it's important to know that you can step beyond the boundaries and then like tap into the vortex energy. And it's like the non-dual is the water, which defies boundaries, and then the dual is the air, which needs a boundary. But air contains water, and water contains air. You can't really have one without the other. So it's not. I don't like the fact it says Daisy of Death, but it's more of like a boundary, and the other one doesn't have a boundary. So I just wanted to bring that back into the awareness, because I show people these all the time. Someone's wearing a flower of life, and like, do you know about this other one? And it's the same for the cross. It's like the cross doesn't symbolize life, it symbolizes death. The Ankh symbolizes life.
Do you know what they've done here?
What's that?
They've taken the flower of life motif and they've turned it into 12. Right? Does that make sense?
Right.
Where the other one is 6. This one is 12. So here we have the 3, we have the 6. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you were to take this thing and add in circles between these circles, you would end up with the other one. But they've only taken the small central circle. They haven't expanded it out to the second layer. So they've zoomed in. Does that make sense? If you look at it, you can see that I think that's what they've done. Just looking at it. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I think they've taken. I think it's a 12 base circle. 1, 2, 3. That's what they've done, and it's a Vortex Math thing. Which is just basically applied the same principles as the flower of life. You see, it's quite cheeky to just change the name of the flower of life into the daisy, because the flower of life is like an ancient name. Like the Egyptians called it this, the Indians, the Vedics called it this. It's like it's probably the most ancient symbol that you can find on Earth, right? And it's everywhere. I mean, it's engraved on pyramids. It's engraved in India. It's engraved in the Mesoamericas. It's universal to the planet. And then somebody comes along and decides to call it the Daisy of Death because, like, they read some New Age book. It just, do you see what I mean? Like, it just doesn't add up to me. But I think this is very interesting to compare the 12-base number with the 6-base number, because there's going to be something else, I think, that's going to be revealed in that particular geometric expansion, which is definitely worth investigating and looking at. I saw some really beautiful images like this that was done by the Vortex mathematicians, and they are using the scales of numbers of that pattern that I was talking about, which is 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. I think 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. And that's a recurring pattern that they basically base the math upon. But thank you, brothers. It's been a great, great day. It's been a great chat. Sending you both brothers big love and respect and honor. It's been an honor doing this show with you. Thank everybody in the chat. You guys have been lovely as always. Dear Vincent, namaste, shalom. Dear Gaz, keep bowing your head when you walk into buildings, brother. Turjoker, big love, big blessings. Lovely having you here. And Mephisto, Is it Mephisto? Mephistopheles. Big love, Dr. Mahedo. Big love, big blessings to all of you. Fellbinder, big love. Hope you guys are all taking it easy, but not too easy, but easy enough to keep it squeezy. Om Shanti.